Welcome everybody. Welcome everybody. Welcome everybody. Can I have your attention? May I please ask you to be seated? There are a few spots left, so please be seated. Welcome everybody. Welcome Mr. Igmar de Vos, President of the FEI. Welcome Mr. Stefan Ellenbroek, Chairman of the FEI Jumping Committee. Welcome Frank Spadeke and also the other FEI directors here present. Welcome to you all. Welcome our dear members, our dear friends. It's been quite some time since we have met in person during a General Assembly. It goes back to 2019, or 3 years ago in Prague, where the last General Assembly was held just before the pandemic crisis. It's good to see you all back. We have been during different seminars, but it's good to see you all back in person. Today we have a full agenda to start with, to start for the kickoff of this 5-day forum, where we, for the first time in the history of the Ijoc, will also be hosting an in-person maintenance course for course designers on Monday, Tuesday. As you all know, we have the in-person maintenance courses for stewards and judges Sunday and Saturday, and we have also today a full agenda. We're happy to see over those 5 days in total almost 200 different persons attending these different sessions, which is a big success, and it's a historic record for our club. And we are all together representing in this room the upcoming days more than 47 different countries, which is a huge success as well, and which shows that we really are an international organization. Today a busy agenda, as I mentioned, and we will end the day with a welcome dinner offered by the Portuguese Federation. Before that welcome dinner, we will have our Ijoc General 5 p.m. And before that General Assembly, we will have 2 sessions about the FEI legal system and the FEI education system, and we will get to those details in a minute. Before getting to those sessions, we will also have our round table, and we have one problem with that round table, because we don't have a round table, so we will make it a panel discussion, but that's only a practical thing to mention. So a panel discussion in any case, but before we are heading towards that panel discussion, I would like to open the floor to the FEI President, who is also here today, Mr. Igmar de Vos.
Thank you very much, Glenn, and thank you very much for the invitation, and congratulations with such a big number of people attending it, a historical record, so that shows also how important officials are. And let me start by saying that and underline it. The role of officials in any sport, but certainly in our sport, is crucial. Without officials, it's very simple, there is no sport. And we also are fully aware with the FEI how difficult your role is, because it's not only technical knowledge you need to have, good education.
Let's be honest, the situation has changed completely. I can remember something like 20 years ago when I started to officiate at international shows. The show was something of 3 days, and maybe there was a horse inspection the day before. And actually, maybe you agree, maybe you disagree, it was also a kind of social event for the officials. You came together and you judged a nice competition, and in the afternoon you had a nice dinner together and you exchanged a few views. And then on Sunday morning you realized that only 50% of the participants were there because there was a nice party in the evening and all these things. If you go to shows now, if you go to the big events, especially here in Europe, yeah, the show starts on Tuesday, and with a little luck, you're back on Monday, and you can pack your things already and go on Tuesday. So good luck with your partner. Obviously, the divorce rate is very low, and the reason is that you never meet your partner, so that is maybe part of it. So the situation has changed completely, work-wise, time-wise, and also the responsibilities. I remember that I was sitting in jury boxes for years, judging competitions. In the meantime, when I'm grand jury president, I'm happy that I judge one competition per day, and the rest of the day, I'm doing lots of other things. And sometimes you ask yourself if you were born to solve all these problems. And the next in line is Michael, of course. If I think about all the legal things you have to tackle with your equestrian background, and suddenly you find yourself in a lawyer's position, it needs a lot of professionalism, not to talk about veterinary issues and all the other things. So I know that I haven't answered your question, what we can do to make it better, but I just wanted to start a little bit with the background, how things have changed. And now I'm really interested also to hear from you later on in that discussion, what you think what we can do. I guess we are somewhat prepared because, yeah, since when are you in FAI with your department? 4 years. So since then we are really focusing on that, and that is top professional, what these guys are doing. And yeah, let's see if we can get some input also from your side.
To Frank, indeed, with the education department. I think we noticed that the past few years, indeed, there has been many changes already and progress within the education department. What's next on the agenda there?
Well, the agenda for the next years will be continuously working on the education material to, first of all, align it, produce it, and make it accessible for the world. So we really have a world approach in the sport. That's one main emphasis we work on. Second, really, we will look into move as much in the virtual world as possible to save you costs of traveling and on top of it time. We know both are really not unlimited. Therefore, we will move as much as possible, especially in the maintenance areas online, where we have identified the need is for transfer up courses that we really have the personal exchange. So these will stay in person. That's having said that, these are the main focus we have been working on already. We have been doing the base. The education system has been published. Jumping was one of the first ones to go live. We learn on the way. We improve every year, and that's also a little bit where we ask your understanding. There will be continuously changes. The changes won't be that big anymore from now on, but we will continuously improve. And this is our way to work to the professional official. On the other hand side, Stefan has mentioned the distinguish between different approaches. If you look in the education system really and look how many days and how many effort we ask an official to work on education, you come up altogether maybe to 10, 12 days of in-person courses. And then we have to really ask ourselves how much time do athletes invest to go to competitions? Where's the balance? We have different approaches here in Europe than we have in the US, and we have also different payments. These will be questions, and we will have to have an open discussion in which direction we will go. We have to allow the sport to grow as well.
Okay, thank you. Any comments from the room on these topics?
Lauren Robertson from Canada. I think on the degree of the question of professionalism, I think there needs to be a look at what the roles and responsibilities are in any, whether you're a professional accountant, an architect, you know, we have obligations to our professional organization and we have obligations to our employers. And sometimes those become in conflict. And then how do you resolve that conflict? And there are processes and means to do that. And I think that's, you know, something that we have to look at. And I think that comes down to the roles and responsibilities in the jury box. And, you know, I'll question the foreign judge concept. You know, what is the concept of the foreign judge? Was it to be an independent? Was it to be an observer? Was it to be someone not from that organizing committee? So how does that role then get fulfilled? Is it fulfilled for the FEI? Is it fulfilled for the organizing committee? And how do you do that? And it's one thing to come from, you know, Holland and drive across to Aachen and be foreign judge, and it's another thing to come from Argentina to Toronto to be foreign judge, and the different, you know, roles and responsibilities that you have to that organizing committee when, you know, you're officiating, you know, 7 of 10 shows, and one of them you're a foreign judge and the rest you're a member of the jury. And so I think these are things that when you talk about the role of professionalism, it goes beyond you know, just the sport. It goes to where are the obligations and what is your role and what is it that you're trying to bring to the improvement of the sport. And I think we need to be more clear in those roles and responsibilities especially when it comes to organizing committees.
No, yeah, it's. Thank you for your remarks, and of course we take that on board, and there is definitely some room for improvement. And I'll just give you one example. We learned through the pandemic how difficult suddenly it was to send foreign judges, because suddenly borders were closed and we could not even send the foreign judge or the foreign officials. The same applies for foreign stewards, of course. And yes, the main principle is that there is an independent person. And just to take out this misunderstanding, a foreign official is, sorry to say that, is always there to work. He's not an observer, or she's not an observer. The idea is not to bring somebody in. I can remember when I started, there was a saying by saying, yeah, the foreign judge is the ear and the eye of the FEI. That meant that that person was sitting on the spectator stand, or even better in the VIP, let's say, and observing the show, and at the end of the show, maybe at the end of the Grand Prix, he was joining the jury box for a moment, saying, oh yeah, well done, colleagues. That is definitely not the idea. And the point I want to make is that one of the major progress we really made is that now we have job descriptions, and that is extremely important. It works in both directions. First of all, you should know what your job is, and you should also know what we expect from you, because before that, yeah, you learn something at the transfer up courses. Yeah, you might be the foreign judge then, and yeah, now you're a level 2 judge, and now you're a level 3 judge. In the end, it was all the same. It's definitely not. And now we really made progress with the job descriptions. If you have a little time, if you haven't read that already, just have a look at that, because it's absolutely clear what is your role, what is your job. It's very clear now, and I just want to use one more example. Years ago, the level 2 was more or less exactly the same as the level 3. Even the education was exactly the same. I can remember when I came into that international system, I did a level 2 course and a level 3 course with the same course director, and the content was exactly the same. And I'm not even mentioning that I even did the same test paper. So, but that is how it was. Because at the end of the day, the level 2 judge was the same as the level 3 judge, and then there was the level 4 on top, and that was a little bit different because he was going to Olympic Games, or she was going to World Championships, something like that. Now it's absolutely clear. The role of a level 2 judge is completely different to the role of a level 3 judge, who is then grand jury president or foreign judge. So that is really an improvement, because you can know what you should do, and you should also know what we expect from you. And Ingmar said that already, there is not the one-way street anymore. So if there should be somebody who is definitely not fulfilling the job according to the job description, then at least you might receive still a nice letter, but you might receive a letter. And then there might be even other consequences. I do not want to scare you with this, but it's important that we know what the expectations are. And that is what we have in place already. And Frank is already looking for the microphone.
No, Stefan already mentioned it, and I would like to emphasize it again, and maybe you had not a chance to go on feinside.org. Under jumping officials, you will find the job descriptions, and you will also find the job description of a foreign judge there. And the ones of you that really look there for a checklist, what they have to do, will be disappointed. Because it's a job description and a role of an official that is described there. It's not the to-do list. Because otherwise it would have been too extensive. I had to explain this also to the community. When I joined the FEI 4 years ago, my job description is half a page long as a professional, which covers quite a lot. And the same applies to the jumping officials and in the job description. So these are headlines and not to-do lists, what you find there.
Okay, Angel Svoronu from Greece. It's more something to think about and not actually a question. It's okay with all these tests we do, the technical part, but how can you assess a person that is perfect on technical matters and they will have at a certain point, 5 years later, to have a problem, a small, not a big crisis, which might not happen to many of us, not even in a lifetime, but some small things, like, I don't know, an athlete coming screaming, or small crisis. How can you assess the personality of a person if he's going to be a good professional or not? Because a professional is not only the technical matters, it's more what the doctors would say, the bedside manner. So.
Maybe I'm not going to answer your question directly, but I think it's a very good question. But I think we should also look at the logical of the career of the official. And as you know, I've been around 20 years Secretary General of the Belgian Federation. And the role of the National Federation in proposing officials for becoming international is important. It is, for me, also the role of the National Federation to assess and to decide whether a person is capable to fulfill such a role. Of course, we are bound by some rules. Rules is that an official, a new international official, can only be proposed by its national federation. So for us, it means basically that the National Federation has done an assessment and has identified that that person would be a good official internationally and a good representative of the country. Because in the end, you are all having a nationality and people associate you also with your nationality and with your national federation. So in answer to your question, the role of the National Federation is important to identify if a person is capable to do so. And I know, of course I'm not going to give any names, but I know that in my federation at that time, we did assessments and we had even very bright people, technically the best you can imagine, knowing the rules from A to Z and from Z to A and whatever you want, but as a personality, incapable, because not manageable, not capable to have a dialogue with an athlete or even have a dialogue with the colleague officials. So at that time, the Belgian Federation decided not to propose that person for international judge. And it was a drama, because it was a lot of screaming and crying at the level then of the National Federation because he didn't want to do it, but we took our responsibility. So I think it's really important for national federations to take their role and their responsibility there, and not to kick people to the FEI because to get rid of the person's complaints and maneuvers. So that's one thing. So I hope I more or less answered that question. Of course, Stefan and Frank can give you more explanation about the assessment of officials, because that's what you say. Maybe the National Federation didn't do a good job, or the person changed, or the expectations from the FEI or the international community changed so that the person is not any longer adapted for that role. But there is an assessment for it, and that's where we need also to take the courage, to have the courage to take the responsibility as an FEI, to say at a certain moment, stop, no, this is not feasible. We have to demote you or even remove you from the list for that or that reason. And we need to be very careful, and I'm happy that Michael Rensch is sitting here, because we are in a world where lawyers are earning a lot of money, because every decision we take is under scrutiny, and that's why we have too many lawyers at the FEI, because we need to deal with all these matters and complaints. But every decision we take, even demoting an official or removing an official from the list, which we removed a couple of thousand, I think, everyone can complain, everyone can start a legal procedure, and we had some, I think. Maybe you can say something more about that later. I just wanted to make one comment when it comes to professionalism. We are all in this together. Do not forget, and it was very interesting when we had the dialogue with the organizers, don't forget that the organizers also want to have professional officials. They want to have professional officials, and I would even say in two ways. Of course, the knowledgeability, the technical knowledge, the quality of the judging, because you know in these high-level events it's about a lot of money. So they want in their show to be safe. So they want to have good top officials, and they are even prepared to pay for that. And there we have a little dilemma, because we have these top shows in some parts of the world, but we have the majority of our shows are shows where the organizer is not as professional, and where the athletes are not as professional as at the top level. So I think a certain moment in the future dialogue and discussions we will have to identify, in my view, a layer of top events where we have to go to professional, and then I mean professional in the second part of the definition, well-paid officials that also take on huge responsibilities and guarantee to the organizer that their event will be successful, which is important also for the economic viability of that event. I just wanted to mention that also the organizers are on board, but we need to make it clear, and that's a discussion we need to have, where do we draw the line between professional officials from a remuneration point of view and the others. That's my answer.
If I can add one or two more things. First of all, I forgot to mention two things. I mentioned that judges should have lawyer skills and veterinary skills. There are a few others. I made a slide for a presentation some years ago where I tried to put together what a perfect judge is. And as the matter of fact, as Ingmar just said, or as you said in your question, you have to be somewhat a communication expert, and you have to be a crisis manager, and you should be a psychologist to a certain degree, because people approach you in a situation where they feel it's a personal crisis. It is what it is. They do not approach you to talk about the weather or to tell you how fantastic you do your job. They approach you when they have a problem. So, and then sometimes they overreact a little bit, and then it takes much more skills than knowing that it's 4 penalties for a pole down. So what are we doing, or what are we doing already? Of course, it is very difficult to give an education to all our officials about psychological backgrounds and all these things. That is, at least as first step, expecting a little bit too much, because we have how many jumping officials, more or less? Some hundred?
1,000. We have maybe a microphone. Over 1,700 jumping officials.
And as you can imagine, to take all these people through a course takes a little bit of time. What we do as first step, we have introduced a completely new concept, as you might have heard, for the people who become level 4 judges, and not only for the people who become level 4 judges, and also level 4 stewards, because we have just introduced the level 4 for the stewards. And we take the upcoming ones and we take the existing ones through a pretty tough test, which also includes an education on that part. That helps us with two things. The one thing is that at least for the championships and games where these level 4 officials are officiating, we will have people who are prepared to a certain degree to tackle situations which are tough, where there is a lot of psychological pressure from riders, from owners, from media, even from spectators. In the meantime, at least it happened to me several weeks ago that I was approached by very angry spectators because they thought we didn't do our job. So you have to be prepared for that. And that is something you do not learn in these 3 days courses we usually do. So we started with a top layer, so that guarantees that at least at the major events, at the big events, we have people who are educated, and we hope that these people who have gone through the course can at least bring it also a little bit down on the next level and maybe give a little bit advice to these people. It will take a while before we can take each and every official through it, but we are on our way at least.
Before you, Michael, I would like to add something also, because this point is often brought to us, that we do not have to concentrate on rules only. That is absolutely correct, and we are aware of it. And if you look through the system, we even mention that we want to evaluate the soft skills. How, as you pointed out correctly, it's quite difficult. I would like to emphasize, and this is the important part, you are correct, and at the same time, rules and regulations are the basis, must be the basis of every decision. So like an official with good soft skills is, in my opinion, not an official until the person knows the rules and regulations. So this is the basis where we have to start with, and this is what we have been trying to do with the CES and all the courses. We want to give the officials the basis to judge according to the rules and regulations, or to officiate according to the rules and regulations. I know that we have also stewards in here, in this room, and from the steward education part, we have to enlarge it a little bit. We also have a team to lead. And this is, I know, addressed in the courses. So these points are discussed, and as I pointed out before, we have only so many days we can educate the officials, and it would be asked too much that we in 10 days make a professional mediator out of the officials. So we only can help here. And now I pass over to Michael.
Thank you, Frank. I think for me, from a legal perspective, what I would want if we talk about professionalism is consistency. We need consistency in decisions, because that's where we struggle legally. If in one occasion there was one decision taken, and then you have exactly the same scenario the week after at another event, and another decision, totally different outcome is there. And that has happened. Sometimes you feel, oh yeah, I could make an exception there because they have a point. Yeah, the rule doesn't really say so, but it would be good for the sport if I allow this. Once you open that door, then it totally backfires. So I think that's where we need to have that
education and role plays, and that's what we are doing with the level 4 judges. And I think that's a very good interaction that is there at headquarters. That Frank and his department invites the veterinary departments to go there, the legal departments to go there. We do scenarios, we do simulations, and we try to help you to find the right solution. One thing also that is very important for you to know, and I will also highlight that later in my presentation, you as FEI official, you are acting on behalf of the FEI. You are the FEI. You are not personally liable. So if you make a mistake, and that will happen, we all make mistakes, it's fine. You will be defended by the FEI. And you have to take an honest decision, not necessarily the correct decision. And that's very important as well to bear in mind. Of course, I would expect you to take the correct decisions and the easy ones, but it's never black and white, and especially in jumping, when I look at the jumping rule book, which I often do, unfortunately, because there are many issues, it's always gray area. But that's where, when it's gray, we need to have that training and education, that we have the knowledge and we know what outcome we want. That's very, very important.
Maybe I can add one, because all these legal things. But what is ultimately the role of the official? It's providing a level playing field. That's your role, basically. And all the rest around that is facilitating you to be able to provide a level playing field to the athletes. And sometimes people take that too much for granted. It's not that easy. And I can give you one example. I need to be careful because this is live stream, but anyway, I can take one big example of a sport that is in complete disaster, is boxing. And why is boxing in a complete disaster, in turmoil? Is because of the officials, nothing else. Nothing else. It is because they cannot provide a level playing field for their athletes. And as a result of that, boxing is in question of the position of that sport in the Olympic movement. Hey, be careful here. So the level and the quality of your judging, of the FEI officials, of the capability of the FEI through the FEI officials to provide a level playing field is crucial for the position of equestrian sport in the Olympic movement. And the position of equestrian in the Olympic movement is crucial, and again, too much underestimated, for the success of the equine industry. Because, you know, we are not only a sport, we are big business. And the day that our sport is not any longer in the Olympic movement, and not any longer in the Pan American Games, of course, and not any longer in the Asian Games, of course, then we have a big trouble. We have a big problem. It will make our sport go down. So it is a circle, and the role of the official is crucial in it. And providing a level playing field is the main priority of the officials and the responsibility of the FEI, and it's our responsibility as an FEI through these education systems to have you as our ambassadors providing a level playing field. It's as simple as that.
Any other question, topic? Something I want to touch base on also is we have been talking about professionalism, we have been talking about assessments and the evaluation of officials.
So we have been talking about professionalism, about somehow through assessments evaluating officials and promoting, or when necessary, demoting them. Are there other ideas for the future about the evaluation of officials? Because, I clarify myself, related to the comment made earlier as well, when we were talking to the equestrian organizers, for example, about the remuneration and the professionalism of officials was also mentioned there. Also the topic about evaluation of officials on the floor, in a way of speaking, was mentioned. Are there any ideas in the room or at the table about such a topic for the future?
This question I would like to turn around, Glenn. What could the International Officials Club think, propose? I would ask you to have the discussion, because one of the recommendations of the officials working group was a peer-to-peer assessment. We have not gone down this road yet, and because we think personally there is still a lot of discussion needed. And here I would like to ask you in your club to have a discussion. I know it's also coming from your members often that they said they want to evaluate each other or want to comment on other colleagues. We have to find an objective way to do that. At the moment, what we have in place is the only measurement we have is reports. So we have the reports, and in reports we can include certain situations that were not appropriate as a sort of pointing out. And Michael and myself, we will follow up these reports. We have done so in the past 4 years more than before, because we also, and I don't know if you have that in your presentation, we think also officials have to be made liable for what they are doing, and the general regulations have been updated accordingly. So this is implemented and not any further, and we haven't discussed any further matters. If you bring this up, I would like to bring it back to you. We are open for suggestions.
Any suggestions? Any suggestions?
In the room? Any suggestions in the room? Because indeed it's a topic that will go on for the future. We don't have an answer, a clear answer today, not tomorrow, but we will need to work together on this one, and any comment from anybody is more than welcome for the future.
Maybe one thing, because I think the evaluation, it has, of course, the two sides, the positive, to recognize the positive, the good ones, and to also see who are the bad ones. And there are some that are not performing at the level. And that's where, for me, again, from a legal perspective, that's where we are struggling, because we do have these reports and we do follow up when we can. But an official to come to the FEI headquarters and to criticize another official is not that easy. And we know that it's a nice community, lots of friends, but then you can have lots of enemies if you start to point out for the bad ones, and we have experienced that. And we received a lot of information about officials not performing at the level, and then we ask the person, okay, you report that to us, can we use you as a witness and use your statement in legal proceeding? And then, oh, no, I don't want to be involved, I don't want to do this. So that's where we would be struggling to have the peer review. And it's not only for jumping officials. If you would ask doctors or veterinarians to do that review, it's kind of a protected community always. You try to protect that. So I think that's where we would have the limitation in doing that.
Just a second.
Elaine Zander from Brazil. I have a suggestion to the foreign judge report. What about sending the previous one, okay, to the new foreign judge appointed? Because sometimes it will be interesting to read what the previous foreign judge wrote to the FEI, so we can have a reference what to look for. Maybe.
Yes, we will take this comment on board, maybe not the report, but the essence of the report. If there have been any issues, that we take this on board, note this, and see if there's a possibility. One comment I'd like to make to Michael's point before. What I've noticed dealing with reports on officials, sometimes they come too late for the official, because then the damage is already done. Meaning we have had to deal with officials with alcohol issues. When it comes to us, to Michael and myself, the damage has been done. The official has not had any chance of a warning before. We were not able to warn the official, be careful, you're under observation. This might have helped the person to find back control. When it comes to us at the moment, it's often the only solution, either demotion or taking the person off the list. So I ask you also in the community not to hide it too long. Work with us together so we can also say to the official, be careful, you're watched.
1.5 additions to that. The first thing to Elaine, thank you for your question. In principle, it's a good idea, and I hope that you understand the irony. We only have fantastic shows. That is a little bit the issue. Because as I was a little bit involved in that also with the jumping department, if you read the reports we get back, the shows are fantastic. Simple as that. And I can remember that I have been to shows not working as the foreign judge, but just being a member or whatever, and I was really surprised, and then I asked, what is the report about this show? Yeah, fantastic, everything is just brilliant. So do not expect too much feedback in the reports. What we should do is, if there is really something in the report that is really important, because we want to follow it up, maybe then we should inform the next foreign judge about that. First of all, then that person is prepared, and we can also see that there is an improvement, because we are not getting these reports to punish people, to punish organizers. We want to give them a hint and say, well, there is something you should do, and then we should see if they really improve it. Maybe this could be somewhat a compromise. The other thing, referring to what Frank has just said, I think we have to start a little bit earlier, and what we should establish is, and I do not even know how to define that now, we have to be more open-minded, we have to be a little bit more open. Also, I wouldn't even call it criticism, but for remarks from our colleagues. Frances is hiding there, somewhere in the background, but I know that she is there. Ah, there she is. Okay, good. And I'm just using that as an example. When Frances is working as a chief steward, I had the opportunity several times in the evenings that she is sitting with her stewarding team, and they just go through the day. They just do a kind of debriefing. And one part of the debriefing is, were there any issues? The next question is there anything specific you learned today? And if there was something was going wrong, then she would even give a feedback. And that is absolutely important. I have to say that I do not know a single judge, me included, who is doing that with the judges team. Maybe it's that we have only superstar judges, that there is whatever. So that is what I mean. Maybe we have to change the attitude a little bit and try to start earlier. That is what Frank said. It is not about sending reports and complaining about a colleague. We should start much earlier. There is that concept, and I'm not going to introduce you to that concept, but Google it. There is a concept called radical candor. Radical candor means that you should tell people in your team early enough that there is something wrong, because with this you give them the chance to change and to improve. If you wait till it's a big disaster, you can only fire the person. But that's not fair to the person, because the person asks you for feedback and you always say, yeah, fine, good. You are not happy with the performance, but the feedback you give is always, oh yeah, it's all good, yeah, just continue. And then suddenly you invite the person to a conversation and you say, sorry, you didn't do your job. How can somebody know that you're not doing your job if you're not telling the person? Francis would be much better in explaining the concept, but I guess I didn't make too many mistakes. So we should think about that. Let's be more open, and when we see that there are issues, at the shows. That's the responsibility of the grand jury president, and it's the responsibility of the foreign judge to give feedback to the members just in case there's something wrong. That's the first step. And don't ask me what we do if there is a problem with the foreign judge and with the president of the grand jury. That is then the next step. But let's do things we can do. And I would like to invite you, maybe this is one of the New Year's resolutions we could all take. Let's be a little bit more open and let's start a little earlier to identify issues. The end point is sending reports and saying Mr. this and that and Mr. that and that or Mrs. that and that didn't do a good job and they are a waste of space. But that should be the last step. The first step is let's start earlier. Let's see how we can improve it. That is our goal. We want to have better officials. We should all try to make ourselves better and make better performances. Maybe this is something for the new year we could work on.
Stefan, if I could, thank you for that. If I could just add one thing, which is actually something that I read the other day. It's when we're giving feedback to colleagues or whoever, it's important not to say, you did this wrong. You try and turn it the other way around. How can I help you so that we don't make this mistake again? And I'm as guilty as the next person of doing the first one and not the second one. And it's something that I've realized I really have to concentrate on, not to be critical, but to be constructively helpful. And it makes, we all make mistakes, everybody makes mistakes, and it's just a little less humiliating if it's turned around and it's, how can I offer, let me help you so that this doesn't happen again. Okay, it's just, I thought I'd just flag that I read that the other day and it was really good.
Saving petrol. Going down here. Oh, sorry. coming from the way. Yeah, I was going to say petrol. Why are you sitting in the corner?
I'm trying not to say anything.
Yeah, it's on.
Hi, I'm Mike Lowry from the United States. I'm kind of new at this, and I appreciate, Mr. Ellenbrook, what you said about there's too many things to list as what the job is of a member of the ground jury. But I believe, unfortunately, that there needs to be some sort of list. I believe in personal assessment before we get assessments from our colleagues. So what are the, maybe not roles, but rules, but best practices of the president of the competition or some of the other roles? What should we, when we personally say, well, what did I do? Did I do this okay myself? Could I have done a better job? Was I not watching? Was I taking my eyes off the field of play too much? Something like that. So unfortunately, maybe there needs to be more granularity in the job descriptions. It's a big job, but I think maybe we need that.
A very quick comment on that. We need both. I would not combine that with the job description because, as Frank said, his own job description is very short, very precise, very brief. And this is what job description should be. We can think about develop other documents which are then more in the direction of checklists, in things, how to do things, and so on and so on. So we take that on board and we think about having something in addition. Yet we had long discussions whether we should make the job descriptions longer, and we came to the result that we should keep it short. And I don't think that we will change this. But I do agree that we could have something in addition. And Frank is nodding already, so he's already on board. That's the good thing. It's difficult to get him on board.
I don't want to comment that. Gerald, I think it's your turn.
Thank you. I just want to echo what everybody has said here. I think it is very important for us to have assessments and feedbacks. I mean, as a judge, you know, or as a steward, you don't want to go into a show and knowing that you're the guy that's wasting time and wasting space, right? But as we said, that I think it's important for the feedback to be early enough, and the feedback shouldn't be only going to the FEI. And when the official, when you get the result from FEI, you're already under warning or under watch. You should, know it early enough that there is time for you to correct your behavior. And I'd also like to add that all these feedback should not all be negative and criticizing on what this person has done badly, but also like what this person has done well, that encourage them to do a little bit better. I think, you know, as an official myself, I find when I go to horse show, I get very little very little feedback from my colleagues. I'm so sorry. From my colleagues. It's really little, and the only thing I think for many of our level 3 judges are, you know, trying to gauge our performance is, you know, how many appointments am I getting from the FBI next year? And sometimes, you know, you get one year and then 6 the other year, and then you go back to 1. You wonder yourself, like, what have I done wrong or what have I done right? Why is that the situation? Like, there is not enough feedback for an official to know how I'm doing or what can I do better to be more professional. Right. Thank you.
Hi, Mary McGraw from Ireland. So I'm I'm a level 3 for several years now, and I've done a few foreign shows. But when I'm a foreign judge at a show, I'm part of a team. I'm not just me. And in the judges' box is a team of judges. There isn't just one person in the box. We work together. We work as a team. We also have a team of stewards who works with us. We have our chief steward, who is very much connected with the foreign judge, who shows them around the show. And you learn what happens at a show by visiting the stables, by visiting the different departments, the different areas, meeting different people, but also by judging. And things go wrong at all shows. That's normal. You're dealing with people and horses. But when something goes wrong, you fix it. You fix it as a team. You sort it out. If you have issues, you meet up with the organising committee before the end of the show. You go through what went right, what went wrong, and give them ideas to improve for the coming year. Normally, the chief steward at a show might have been there for several years, so they would be aware of issues that are happening, and they might indicate to you as foreign judge that these are there, but we're working on it to improve it. And put all of that into your report, but put a positive spin, work together, improve our sport, stop pointing fingers, because to me that doesn't work. This is my hobby. It's not my livelihood, but I quite enjoy what I do when I work with a good team and we work together as one. Thank you.
Somebody here? No?
Thank you, Sharon. Jerry was referring to an interesting topic that has not been highlighted yet. He was talking about appointments, and indeed officials receiving sometimes 1 appointment or 0 appointments, the year afterwards 6, then going back to 0, and they tend to perceive that as part of an intransparent, somewhere dark evaluation system. Is this something we can work on in the future as well?
I'm just hesitating a second because we shouldn't mix two things here, because there are responsibilities of jumping committee and there are responsibilities of the jumping department, and everything which is appointments, which is not championships and games, is not the jumping committee. So I'm trying to answer the question, but I just want to point that out. The jumping committee takes care of championships, games, finals, all these things. All the other appointments are in the hands of the jumping department. At least this is how it is. I'm the role model here, because this year I'm very happy next week to do my one and only appointment for 2023. I got 1 appointment. I'm not complaining about that. I'm just saying that, not that anybody thinks because you have a position, you do lots of shows and you get lots of appointments. I got 1. And on top of that, being a board member means, as long as you're a board member, that same applies for Carolee, who is somewhere there. Yeah. Why are you all hiding in the back row? That is interesting. Yeah. So The downside of being an FEI board member is that as long as you are a board member, you can't go to championships and games, at least not to officiate there, not as an official. Of course, we go to our discipline championships, but we are not officiating. So, yeah, it is different from year to year. Sometimes you get a little bit more, sometimes you get a little less. It is what it is. Sometimes I have to admit that it's just by coincidence. You can be sure about one thing. If you got appointments in the past, let's say over the last 3-4 years, you were used to get appointments. I'm not talking about numbers, but you got appointments. And we haven't informed you that you really did a bad job, and for that reason you do not get any more appointments. It's by coincidence, and you have simply slipped through the net. So the one appointment this year is not my worst case scenario. I had a year where I didn't get a single one. So, and I hope it was not because I was a terrible judge. So it can happen. Yeah. Ingmar is already somewhat concerned, at least. Frank as well. No, what I want to say with this is, just in case you really haven't got no appointment, sometimes it just happens. Because if you take a look at the number of events we have, and now I'm talking on behalf of the jumping department, the job they have to do there with all these international events and with the appointment of foreign officials for these events, that's really a workload. And sometimes it just happens that somebody slips through the net. And we apologize for that, because that is definitely not our intention. It just sometimes happens. So that is what it is. What we do is we have a look, and at least that is what I did in the past. I at least had a look at the major events, because then of course there is the risk maybe not to appoint the right one. That is what we do. Let us know. I know that you want to be appointed, that is for sure. I used that quote years ago, and I'm just repeating it, because it's not only the number of events you get, we also get, of course, complaints that you think that we appointed you for the wrong event. I'm aware of that. Sorry to say that. Don't send us an email that you want to go to Aachen. We know that. We know that you want to go to the top 5-star shows, yeah. So please don't send an email about that. We are fully aware of it. It's a little bit the Kennedy thing. Don't ask what the country can do for you, ask what you can do for the country. Sometimes we appoint you on purpose to a special show that is not necessarily the top of the tree show, but it's important for us that you go there, because you have some skills to solve the problems at that specific show. Maybe it's the language you speak, maybe it's that you are used to the mentality of the region. Use your imagination what it can be. So it's not a punishment. Sometimes we know about your special skills and your quality, and we appoint you for a specific show just because we think that you are exactly the right person for that.
And also to Glenn, to answer you, it is heard that you want to have a little bit more transparency in the appointments. We will pass this on to the jumping department. As Ingmar has joined with us, sadly, the jumping department is not represented today. I'm sure he would have answered this question immediately, because he was responsible for the appointments for 2023. The appointments are now done for 2023. We will certainly take this on board for 2024.
Before giving the floor to our colleague there, I just want to make a commentary, because we need to be also honest to ourselves. I'm very happy now that after the work group of officials and the change in the official system, and a lot of work still needs to be done, but that we now get lists of officials that start to reflect the level and the capabilities of the officials. And the reason that maybe in the past these appointments were not that transparent is because there was a feeling at a certain stage that they did not have to look at the level or the qualification of the official on paper, but from the experience. What I mean is that there were, if we would, in an ideal world, we would apply a very open and transparent system. And with modern technology, all of that is possible. You could, all of you could have been asked, okay, what weekends, what periods are you available to officiate? And we could collect this data, and then we could have a kind of a artificial intelligent system running on that and make the appointments in a very objective way. That's the ideal world. And that's what can happen when we have a very good list of officials that is reflecting the real level and quality of the officials. Regretfully, that was not really the case in the past. And for that reason, the appointments were a bit done, how would I say, in a more subjective way. But I think the one goes with the other. If we can come to the improvement of the education system, the evaluation system, so that all the officials are really there where they belong, and not that I have to hear the stories like in the past, often, and to be honest, not only in jumping, where when we have to decide, and that's a board decision, who are the officials for instance, of Olympic Games, and that we see that, then I say, well, oh, good, you have 20 level whatever officials on your list, so you have a choice of 20. Yeah, you know, but in reality there are maybe only 3 or 4 who can do it. Oh, come on, what are these guys doing then on this list? I mean, this is what I mean. We need to have lists that really reflect the quality of the officials, and we need to be honest in that. And it is always seen as like it's the FEI who is putting people down or demoting or whatever. It is in the interest of the entire community because of the level playing field that we need to provide. The image of our sport at these high level events that are not organized by us, by the way, we need to be able to count on good, reliable officials, and you also, as a high-level official, deserve to work with good colleagues that are qualified to do the job. Just wanted to say that, but I can tell you that we are looking into a more objective, transparent system once the lists would allow us to do so.
I'm Colonel Singh from India, and Mr. Ingmar has answered my question, actually. But nonetheless, I'm a level 2 judge since the last 25 years, 1998, 1st January. And unfortunately, I would like to submit, I have not got a single appointment in the last 25 years. Well, that is for you to think. How do you make out whether we are good, we are bad, whether you have to discard us? If we are not good enough to get even a single appointment in 25 years, might as well remove us from the list. Why carry on with the facade? We in India have started CSI tournaments in the last 3 years. I'm part of the executive of my national federation. We have invited, from you people are sitting here, more than 400 people, and we have looked after them very well. And you know the level of competition in India now. And it's not only me, I have colleagues with me in my federation who are level 3 judges. And they've not got a single appointment in the last 20, 25 years. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
I understand what you say. There are 2 parts. First, I want to answer your personal part, because you said that you are a level 2 judge and you haven't received an appointment. There is a very easy answer for that. We simply do not, per definition, we do not appoint level 2 judges, because if you want to officiate at a foreign judge at a show, you have to be a minimum level 3 judge. So with this, everybody who is a level 2 official, by the way, the same applies for the stewards, you have to be level 3 minimum to be appointed as foreign judge. That is due to the job descriptions we have. This is due to the expectations we have, what people have to do. And this is also, and maybe I can try to clarify this misunderstanding. To be appointed as foreign judge is not necessarily to give you experience. It's the other way around. With your experience, you should contribute to the success of the show. That is a little bit the issue, because I know that from conversations with colleagues that they approach me and say, I would be so happy to be appointed to Dublin because I would like to go there and I need the experience. Yeah, once again, I understand that. Our job is to appoint somebody to Dublin who can guarantee at a CSIO 5-star that everything works according to the rules, because if something is not working there, yeah, it lands on the desk of most likely of us here sooner or later. So that's what it is. So that is the rule side. So instead of, and I understand your frustration, and there might be as well some colleagues in India who are level 3, and you said that nobody got any appointments. The second reason for that is simple as that, it's the region. Because I'm not asking you how many international shows you have in India, but the same is for the whole region. To appoint you to a show, just in case you are level 3, we have to send you around the world, because simple as that, definitely not in driving distance, there is no show. I'm privileged. I'm living in Germany. I live in the triangle, Germany, Netherlands, Belgium. Every weekend, I can choose between 25 shows, because yeah, people invite me, or I could ask for an appointment. It takes me 1 hour by car, and I'm there. To bring somebody to India to the next show abroad takes you how many hours by airplane? It's difficult. So in this case, we also have to think about organizers. Organizers will reject that because they will say it's very difficult to pay travel costs. So I don't think that for you, it is the concept of being appointed. For you, the concept is the exchange programs we have. So there is a chance to get people, especially the people who are living in regions which are not necessarily the top horse sport regions. There is an opportunity, and Frank will explain to you in a second how that works, to bring people to shows. That's the way forward, because with this you get not appointments, but you get judging opportunities. With this there is a way to move forward, because you also need a certain number of shows to stay listed, all these things. That's all Frank. And with this, we can work on a concept how we can improve the situation. The solution in this specific case is not going down the appointment way, because that simply doesn't work with the existing rules. Frank.
Before you start clarifying, I would give you another point to take on board, because we have Geraldine here from Group 8. We've specifically this year in our group discussion we had at GA pointed out that it is important of the regional groups to look after their officials in the region. We appoint often to Australia officials from Europe. I have questions, why do we do that? We could also use officials from India, they are much closer. So it's in these like regional appointments, we really have to, the region has to start looking for exchange. And that's not only in Group 8, Asia like this, we have that in Africa, we have that in South America, we have everywhere except the triangle here. There we have a lot of opportunities. So this is one thing. And then to the exchange program, the exchange program exists for a long time. We have been able to make better use of it in the last 2 years, especially when the competitions after the lockdown started again. So we are spending the money nowadays. What do you need? The application form is on the website to be filled out. The FEI is not in the position to give you an invitation, so you need the networking, and I think this is the ideal place to do networking, so you need an invitation from an organizer, and then you can apply that the FEI covers the travel costs. We are not covering business class flights, we are not covering extra luggage, we are not covering parking costs, we are covering flight expensive extra costs. That makes you equal to an official of the triangle that goes only 100 kilometers. So this is the exchange program. Please understand as well that it cannot be used on a yearly basis because it's not a tourist program. It's an exchange program, so we, sorry, have I said something wrong? So it's support on your pathway, so we make sure that it's every second or every third year an official can apply again. And now, thank you for your patience.
Gentlemen, I think you got my question entirely wrong.
Oh, sorry for that.
There is a X number of tournaments you're supposed to do before you even apply for upgradation to level 3. Now, where do you get these X number of competitions where you're not pointing anywhere? It goes down to absolutely networking. And for your other information, which perhaps the forum knows, I don't live in India, I live in France. And I've been living in France since the last 5 years, and I've been to the jumping department in FEI as well. Still, nothing. And thirdly, we are not looking for compensation. We are ready to come at our own expense, so that at least we can do those X number of level 2 assignments to apply for level 3. This is not being fair. When we are ready to pay our own, we change our residence to Europe, still we are not getting any invites. And I've been trying my very best. And in that matter, let me tell eventing. I'm a technical delegate in eventing. Eventing is doing far better than the jumping department. I've been to Olympics. I've been to World Championships. But as an eventing, as steward, as a technical delegate, I've been there Asian Games. But why not a single opportunity in 25 years from the jumping department? Thank you.
Thank you for clarifying your question, and I appreciate your question, and I also understand the situation even better as I understood before you clarified that. Don't get me wrong what I'm saying now, it's a little bit the other way around. We mentioned already we have more than 1,000 officials. We cannot take care about each and every official. In this case, the ball is a little bit in your court. Please contact us and tell us that you would be prepared. Tell us where you are, where you will be. Maybe you are in Europe for a while. And then we try to integrate you in this exchange program. The problem is simple as that. That's the high number of officials. We cannot take care of all the people and know who wants to go, who wants to go up, and all these things. Let us know. Send an email. Ingmar mentioned that already. In the next few weeks, it will be a little bit difficult because, yeah, we have to find a way to get the whole jumping part really organized. So you must understand that most likely, I want to be honest here as well, this will not land on our priority list for the next few weeks, but please send an email. The good news is we have just, let's say, introduced a new person to the jumping department who takes care of the education part. She started on Tuesday, Monday, whatever it was. So there is already somebody now in the department who will take care about all this educational part Frank will give you the email address later. You send an email to the person, and at least with this you will be in the system and we will know. And next year I do not have any more excuses just in case nothing has happened. For the moment you have to understand that simple as that we cannot cover each and every case. Okay? Is that a deal? Good. Then let's see.
Hi, Elena from Venezuela. It's a little more an ad than a question. I'm also come from an underdeveloped country, a question and other things. And well, I was lucky enough to be in the United States, which is not the triangle, but you know, give me a lot of choices. But I just want to like add a little what you just said. We as officials, we need to be proactive in our careers and not just sit in your house and wait for something to suddenly appear in your email. So it's just about going to things, you know, like going to shows, get to know people, networking, and try to get your way into the horse shows. That's like I just wanted to add, just like Stefan just said, it's just not us sitting there and waiting for somebody to do our part. So we just also have to be proactive in our careers. So that's just an add.
I really thank you for mentioning this. And you said Venezuela, right? Yeah, and there are really, really good examples because there are people from Venezuela. And hi, Cesar. And there are course designers from Venezuela, Leopoldo, and they were not really born in the heart of the equestrian sport. It is what it is. And these are very good examples for people being a little bit proactive and yeah, leaving the house and say, I'm here, and yeah, and then these are very good examples that you can make it. I'm very happy that you used yourself as an example, but as I have Cesar sitting here on the opposite side of the table, yeah, just became a level 4 judge and is a level 4 steward, and so you can make your career. It needs also, and I'm not blaming anybody. Once again, I always start with saying, I was so privileged. It's not because I was so good, I was just born at the right place. It is what it is. I got the opportunities, and yeah, it was easier for me than for somebody from Venezuela. No doubt about that. Yet you also have to be a little bit active. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense to sit at home and cry and say, nobody sends me an email, as you said already. First of all, let us know that you have an email address. That is the first step. Yeah, no, sorry. Sometimes we do not even know. And one of the things we did only a year ago, with the introduction of the CAS and all these things, at least now we have the right lists, because for years we had people on lists who were not even alive anymore. Because nobody has ever told us. This is once again where the federations come in. How can we know? I'm not only talking about jumping now, I'm talking about all the disciplines. We have some thousands officials. How can we know if somebody has moved from Venezuela to USA or something? Yeah, so it needs a little bit activity from yourself as well. So I'm very happy that you mentioned that.
Chris from the GBR. We started off by talking about professionalism, and then Ingmar threw back to Ijoc the idea that perhaps we could come up with some ideas as to how we can continually develop the education of officials. And then we've heard from people who have talked about our own need to assess our own performances, and also France's idea that we should ask the question, how can I help you? I come from an education background where we have a system called a mutual observation system, with the important word being mutual. It is a mutual agreement between two teachers that they will observe each other. They will then help each other assess their own performances and also feed back on each other's performances. And I wonder whether this is something that the Ijoc might consider as a system, a simple mutual observation system whereby we can ask each other, how can I help you, where we can ask each other, ask ourselves how we can improve our own performances on a day-by-day, class-by-class performance.
Yes, maybe from our side, interesting approach, absolutely. Glenn, I think we have something to work on, also from the Officials Club. Also, I think here, as I mentioned, the FEI has to be neutral concerning the organizers and their invitations. It doesn't mean that the Officials Club has to be neutral. Certain mentorship, even if not mentorship in a certain way, but networking between officials. You have mentioned you have to be active, you have to be approached, you have to get your foot into an organization. This is also something the club can develop a system, and also this evaluation system, I think, is worthwhile to look into, a feedback system in the education part. We have included this in other, for example, in the course designer education. We need this feedback very much because we more treat in the course design it as an apprenticeship. So they get feedback on what they are doing. They're working on the field together with. There it's already a little bit implemented, and we can look into that, how we can copy-paste it to the other functions.
But I think it is really an excellent suggestion. I mean, this is one of the questions was raised here. What do you think is the best way to do this assessment? And to be honest, we need to be very careful with that. We need to have a good, objective, fair system. We do not want it to become a whistleblower blowing system, or a system where people are going to denounce others. I mean, I think we have very bad experience in the past with these type of systems, so it needs to be really objective. And maybe one comment there, one of the first interventions was about the need of having foreign judges. I fully agree with you. Basically, we should not need foreign judges because all the judges in the panel should be objective. But the reason that it was introduced in the past was because the connection of some of the officials with, for instance, the organizing committee. And I remember one of the outcomes of the working group was then to introduce a rotation system where officials were not allowed to do more than X number of appointments with, or officiating with the same organizer. This is one of the problems we have, and this is a bit similar to the assessment of officials by peers. So any suggestion there is really welcome, but bear in mind we need to have a system that is really objective, and having it done by peers has some risks that it will be used as retaliation for this or that, and that we really need to avoid. But please think about this and let us know what you think would be the best system for this evaluation assessment.
Hi, Nancy from Israel. So we know there's a lot of differences between Europe, or Western Europe, and the rest of the world, but I'm just curious about the rationale behind the differentiation in remuneration between Europe and the rest of the world.
I think it's even more complicated than that. It's even, I mean, when we had, first of all, the solution that we have now, and that has been approved by the General Assembly in the jumping regulations, was clearly a compromise, and I would even say a temporary compromise, because this was to address a request that was already there for many years, pending, and where we wanted to give a signal to you, officials, to you, that we really want to tackle this. But again, as I said in my introduction, this is something we need to do as a community with all the stakeholders, all the relevant stakeholders involved, so to be continued. To answer your specific question, why the differentiation between Europe and the rest of the world, first of all, I would like to mention that these are minimum per diems, basically, minimum. We know that the reality in the United States, they pay much more to their officials. We know that. So this rule might be perceived in the USA and in Canada as ridiculous. But in other parts of the world, and I don't know for Israel, but I know for sure in Africa, in South America, this is very difficult, because we know that the reality is that many officials, although there are even the old recommendation of minimum 120,000 euros a day, are completely ignored, and that these officials, they do it for free, because if the organizing committees have to pay for this, there is no organizer, there is no event, because they just do not have the financial means. We need to realize that the majority of our shows are lower level, and some of them, especially in regions where it's very difficult to organize or to even move forces or even move people, that it is very difficult to impose even the idea to give a per diem, to pay a per diem to an official. And sometimes even it is, they find solutions by paying the per diem and then reimbursing it at the same moment that they receive it, just because it's not feasible to have events in these parts of the world. So I hope that it explains the need for a differentiation between the richer parts of this world and the more poorer developing parts of this world. And we as an organization, we need to stimulate the growth of our sport globally in all parts of the world, because that's our ticket to the Olympics, universality. So we need to stimulate events in developing parts of the world where it is not possible to pay the per diems that are paid in other parts of the world. So that's why we have the differentiation, and that's why it is called a minimum. But even that minimum is in certain parts of the world not realistic. I think in Venezuela, you will agree with me that there is also a problem there. Yeah.
Okay. Regarding the professionalism we talked at the beginning, there's also some part of the world, being an official is a profession. It's a way of living. So that's how kind of they need to be paid as enough to live with that. And some other part of the world, it's just a hobby, like Mary said. And some other parts of the world is just for free, because it's just like they don't pay anything, because there's no way anybody can pay. So there is a, kind of a different situation of the officials regarding where they are. So whereas it's a hobby, whereas it's a really job, like a living, a job. No?
Before Phil takes the floor, just one addition to what Ingmar has just said. We just have to realize that the situation is completely different. There are the big shows here in Europe. There are the tours where they have 1,000 horses per weekend. That is the one extreme. And then you go, I have a member of South Africa in my jumping committee, and when she explains how a show works in South Africa, it's a one-day show, it's a one-star World Cup show. They have something like 10 riders with 12 horses. So they still need the minimum number of officials for all their, so just use your imagination. What is the income from entry fees, and what is what they have to pay? It's completely unrealistic. If we would say it's the same for all the levels all over the world, we would kill the sport there. And then there was another discussion, just to mention that, because we have people from Brazil here, and I'm very happy that there was a comment coming from Brazil. We are trying to raise the level of competitions worldwide. And we had a discussion whether we should put the 5-star, the 4-star, and the 3-star worldwide in one group, and it would be the same payment, and especially the European federations were a little bit insisting, because they say, why should we always pay the bill, while the other ones, they get it for half of the money, which is not really how it was. And then we were very close to go down the road to say, we have a rule for the 3 stars also worldwide. And then somebody from Brazil came saying, if you do this, you will stop the growing up of shows, higher level events in the whole region, because these organizers, they are already struggling to do 2-star shows because of the prize money and all these things. We are thinking about having 3-star shows because everything depends on everything. Olympic Games, qualifying competitions, MER competitions, all these things. We can only do that if we can do 3-star shows. If we cannot do 3-star shows because we can't pay for it, the whole sport will not develop in the right direction. It's very, very, very complex, very, very difficult. I know that some people know, it's interesting. There's a group of people in the room, they do not even know what we are talking about, because the daily allowance they receive since decades already is much higher than we have it now in the rules. There is the group who thinks that it's an improvement, and there is the group who are somewhat disappointed, because they say, okay, we wanted to get a piece of the cake, and now it's even smaller than it was before. As Ingmar said already, it is the first step, and this is not a secret anymore, I guess. We have a sports forum already in a few months, and one of the points on the agenda will be also that we will discuss that, because, yeah, once again, jumping was a little bit faster than the other disciplines. That was a little bit a wake-up call to the others, and of course now the first people say, oh yeah, why is it only jumping? Why is it not dressage? Why it's not vaulting? Why it's not driving? And we will see that most likely it's different also for all the disciplines, because it's a different workload, it's a different responsibility, everything is different. So it's not a one-fits-all solution.
And it's a different economic model. I mean, look, we have 6 disciplines. They are all 6 completely different. And they are even not interested in the other one, mainly, in general. I know there are overlapping. But the idea of having a per diem in vaulting, Frank, you were very much involved in vaulting in your previous life. I mean, it's even not on the table. Well, they have, but it is not like the level that we are talking here. And in endurance in Africa, forget it, there is no per diem. But if you go to Dubai for endurance, then there is a nice per diem. I mean, we need to be realistic and see the situation of the world. We as a governing body, we should be realistic and not make rules that in the end are not applied, because that are bad rules. What we tried to do here was to make a rule that is a compromise and that works in more or less all parts of the world.
Good afternoon. Philip Rosan from Canada. As part of the education system of the FEI in relation to developing the sport in areas where it's not very well developed, would it be possible to have a group of us officials who work at the higher level and benefit from that to get a list of these officials that would go on a voluntary basis to go to some of these events and sit with the panel and maybe help them move up in the sport as far as knowing how we do it at the big shows?
I think this kind of discussion I would like to take offline in a maybe coffee break, because this is, we have to be very careful on that one. The education system, and I'll come to that, and maybe I'll come to that later and make everybody interested on the presentation I have. I will talk about the education pathway transfer up and maintenance, where we did the distinguish and we tried to identify the issue. We know we have and this came also from the Lady of Israel, and it is connected to the per diem. We have areas where there are not that many shows and struggling, and therefore in these areas we have also the same time problems for the officials, getting appointments, being invited. It goes hand in hand. It's where Ingmar has pointed out, we have to make sure we develop the sport worldwide. Developing the sport worldwide means that we also facilitate or give the possibility to organize shows. And this is a balance act we have to have. And the Canadian problem we might take offline and discuss in a coffee break.
My point was that we would do it on a voluntary basis where there'd be no expense for them to do it.
Voluntary basis, officiating at events. We have to also protect officials. If you start doing that, we have no organizing committee anywhere paying for officials. You have to be careful what you ask for.
Yeah, absolutely. Be very careful for it. I remember a situation where we had officials paying VIP tables to be able to officiate at the show. This is not what we want. Okay? No, don't even laugh about it. It's a reality. It exists, or existed at least, that we had officials that paid, that wanted to offer to pay a VIP table in order to be on the judge box of a show. So, and I talk from my experience, so I even know who and when. But so be very careful with what you wish for. I think you need to be solidaire as a community. You need to have a certain degree of solidarity and not have the expensive ones, the cheap ones, or the ones that even pay to go. I think you need to make a deal with you, amongst you, that you apply the tarification of the region according to the job you are doing. You need to be, as a community, to apply together the rules. Because if we have people that are going to go do it for less money or for free, then that is not very fair towards your colleagues, I think. But maybe you should have a discussion about this within your club.
I just wanted to kind of bring us back. We started talking out about professionalism and what makes professional, and at the end of the day, it kind of boils down to Harvard School, where it says at the end of the day, it boils down to responsibility and accountability. And you're responsible to many, and you're accountable to many. And I think that's really what we've kind of all talked about in many different angles on that. But what I wanted to do is with that is on the education system. I've been very fortunate in my professional career to have employers that have invested in my professional development, and not just areas in what you do, not just the construction drawings that you look at, but on mentoring people, which I think Phil is kind of talking about. How do you mentor? How do you educate on conflict resolution? These are things that we deal with, and how do we support people in the development of some of those maybe direct skills? But there's opportunity, and there's lots of associations out there that you can become members of, that then through the organizations, because of the numbers, you can actually get your reduced rates, et cetera, that help develop on a professional scale the other skills that make us really good officials. And if FEI could look into some of that, because it would benefit everybody. The conflict resolution, we've talked about who is good at diffusing a difficult situation. How should you approach someone that is obviously hot under the collar over something, and how do you diffuse that situation and work through that? There's different ways to educate yourself to do that, and I think that'd be a tremendous opportunity through the FEI to build on some of those skills as well.
Okay, thank you. from our start, so we have to close down. But I just want to change the discussion a bit and tackle a last topic I wanted to talk about, because we have been talking about the future of officiating, the long-term future, let's say. Let's finish with the short-term future. In the rule book for this year, 2023, there are indeed two important changes that are being talked about in the equestrian world. One of them is the remuneration, which we already talked about in a few minutes ago. The second one is the addition in the elimination rule. It has been a topic in the Jumping Rider Club General Assembly. Just want to know some background. I think it can be interesting to share some background on that rule and what the FEI and the jumping department is expecting from the officials to do with that rule.
Yeah, one thing is not working because you said you want to touch that briefly. This is nothing we can do briefly. I just have a question to the audience. Is there anybody not joining the course tomorrow? Because tomorrow it will be in detail mentioned, explained what to do, what not to do. Is there anybody not?
But you can tell me offline.
Well, he has been informed.
I have a certain feeling the president had been informed about all these things, and yeah, no. Yeah, okay. No, at the end of the day, he has only answered my question. Yeah, exactly. So if he is really the only one, and if you all promise to come, then I would prefer to share this with you tomorrow, because this is part of the rule change explanations we are going to do tomorrow anyway. And I have a feeling it will take a while. This is not just read the rule and then you know what to do. Just to pick up what you said, yeah, I heard about the concerns from the Jumping Riders Club. Yeah, well, sometimes I'm also a diplomat. I'll say that in a nice way. I heard that let's put it that way, I heard that there were some issues. And without being ironic, I had a certain feeling they were discussing a different rule, because even the wording that had been used there was not even part of the rule, because as you might have read already. So I know that you all did your homework and you spent some times between Christmas and New Year at the open fire in your house reading all the rule changes. And you saw that there is not so much in red this year for well-known reasons. And one of the change is that specific rule. You will have noticed that there is not a word, not a letter about blood in this rule. And there is definitely nothing in the rule about dangerous riding, because on purpose, the gentleman over there and we in the jumping department and in the jumping committee, we decided that we are not using this specific word that comes from eventing and is describing a very special issue, which is not even happening in show jumping. We did not even use this wording, and I was a little bit surprised, and I only had the opportunity to watch it online, that there were discussions about dangerous riding and blood on a horse. I was seriously surprised about that, and I'm trying to clarify this tomorrow, and I can answer one question already which was raised there. Yes, there will be people who will educate the judges, and we call them course directors. And these are the people who have the license to educate people, and we are very well prepared for this, because we have just finished a course directors meeting where we discussed the message we are going to send. And I guess it will be very, very clear, and it always helps if you really read rules carefully. And I'm trying to convince you about that tomorrow, and then we will all know how to deal with that rule. Is that a deal? Good.
Yeah, I think it's very clever to do that. And just one more addition to that. I mean, this whole rule has gone through a rule revision procedure. A rule revision procedure which is very transparent, which gives all stakeholders, including athletes as well as organizers, as officials, the opportunity to raise their concerns or issues. And this rule has been approved by the General Assembly, and I think even during the rule session about it, it was not a big topic at that time. So I think it needs education of all people that did not really maybe understood the full context of this rule. But we look forward to that tomorrow.
Thank you, Igmar. Thank you, Stefan. Thank you, Frank, and thank you, Mikhail. You will be back soon with your specific presentation on the legal system, but thank you for being part of this panel discussion. And I think we now immediately transfer to the legal system presentation, and then after that one we have a coffee break. If somebody needs to go to the toilet, you can do it right now, and we will be back in 2 minutes. Or 3. Depends what you want to do.
I just said they can go out, but they need to come back.
No, but I wanted in my introduction to be a bit like...
Thank you for that.
It's always easy to criticize. Huh? I mean, I really learned something very interesting today, is that being an FEI official, of course international, is very good for your marriage. So I need to consider what I'm going to do when my term is finished.
Yesterday in the airplane, I nearly turned pale when you asked me about my wife, because I thought, what can I answer? I've never seen her.
The only problem, if you want to become an FBI official, is that you have to pass the Belgian system, of course. You have to pass the Belgian system.
How are you? Glenn again. May I give you a suggestion? We are in the back. We cannot see you properly. Is it possible?
That's the organizer.
That's all him.
Okay, Glenn. Okay, Glenn. Is it possible to show the image of the speaker on the screen so we can see?
It's now finished, so now we have the presentation.
Okay. Okay, we can see you now.
We are just guests here.
Yeah, exactly. It is time we cannot be blamed.
It's like a feeling.
Pode funcionar.
Agora tá.
Oi, tô só. Oi.
Se quiserem furar por aqui, as nossas soluções milagrosas.
Então o senhor não foi buscar.
Eu não percebi.
Está todo.
This will break the presentation. This will break the presentation. Everybody, now we have to call everybody in.
Do we have to keep all the microphones on now, or is that?
Mas isso é o movimento. Eles não estão habituados, eu não sei, como não mexem nisto, como não ajustam isto ao que estão a dizer.
Tem que se aproximar.
Oi, oi, aqui não ouves quase nada. Isto tens que falar, tens que vir próximo.
Não, mas eu também percebo, não é prático, não é? Lá está, eles têm que ajustar, de modo a que sejam bem e eu falar. Não, há aqui um bar, à direita.
Olha, mas este vai, estás a ver porque eu quero sempre trabalhar a presença.
And it's doable. And what Frank has developed, that we can find out who has officiated where and what is the exchange and all these things. This could be integrated in this because there are, like this gentleman over there, how can anybody know that he is listed in Hong Kong, living in Canada, and is officiating in America?
Okay. Okay, can I ask everybody to go back to your seats, please? We want to restart. Just for practical reasons, we are first going to do the FEI legal system. So we are kicking it off, and then after this session, we have a longer coffee break, so then we have time to chat and socialize after this one. Another practical thing I want to mention, we have some people that joined a little bit later. No problem, of course, no problem at all. But during the coffee break, please pass by at the registration desk so we can provide you the goodie bag and we can see if everything is okay, if we need to know some info from you or whatsoever. So if you were late to enter the room earlier today, please go to the registration desk during the upcoming coffee break. That being said, I think that everybody is more or less in the room and that we can hand it over to Mikael with the explanation about the FEI legal system.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Mikael Wensch. I think most of you know me. For the ones who don't know me, I think maybe it's a good sign you haven't received a letter for demotion or something like that, so maybe it's good. Not yet, at least. We'll make sure with Frank we'll take care of that later. No, more seriously, I'm really happy to be here and to be presenting to you regarding the legal system. I know the presentation will be very similar to the one that I did earlier or last year already to your club, but For me, it's very important, as I said before, that we have consistency, and I think it's really important that you have the same message across and that you learn it and that you apply it. Lawyers are always very creative, and they will not challenge the outcome of your decision or your decision. They will most likely challenge how you reach your decision. So that's why the processes are always very important. So you have here the content, on-site legal processes, what is jurisdiction, decision-making process at FEI events, a little bit on horse inspection, yellow warning cards, disciplinary offenses by athletes' entourage, that is happening a lot as well, abuse of horse, technical assistance, what you can do, what you can rely on, and a little bit on the administrative disciplinary process so that we can tackle them. Please feel free to interrupt me, ask me questions if there is anything unclear, or if you want to make any comment, please feel free to do so. I will share the presentation, of course, with the Ijoc so they can send around everything, but feel free to take pictures if you want already. On-site legal processes, I think now it's very easy, and in the rules it's very clear. On-site matters is basically the grand jury. You deal with all the protests. You as officials, you deal with everything, the challenges and the protest. Off-site matters and appeals, they are no longer there. We don't have an appeal committee anymore, so it's not done on-site anymore, so it will be tackled either by the legal department, the FEI tribunal, or the Court of Arbitration for Sport. All protests are filed on-site with grand jury only, and final decision that would be you again as grand jury members and president. You can see what can be protested, and there are some matters that there is no protest. And in the rule book, I think now, since 2 years now, I think it's very clear and very detailed what you can challenge or what a person responsible, a rider, can challenge and what they cannot. So basically you can protest the eligibility of a horse or an athlete, the conditions of the arena. That would be pre-competition protest. They will need to do that before the competition has started. They can protest against obstacle, the plan, the length of the course, irregularity, incidents during competition, the results, and also the procedures, how you reach a decision. They could challenge that. What is not subject to a protest is what we would call field of play. That is not subject to the protest. That doesn't mean that they will not try to protest it, but you have an easy way out to say, I dismiss the protest because the rules say clearly you cannot protest against this. Elimination, disqualification for veterinary reasons, and the same applies to the athlete. You cannot challenge that. So if you eliminate the horse at the horse inspection, there is no protest against that decision. Yellow warning card, they cannot protest against that either. Jurisdiction. For all FEI events, it's always the same FEI rules that will apply, and on-site decisions, as I mentioned already, are taken by the FEI officials. And when can you take a decision? It's when you have jurisdiction, when you're allowed to do so. And that is 1 hour before the first horse inspection until 30 minutes after the final results. That would be all the incidents during that period. Anything during that period, you will be entitled to take a decision. However, of course, we have some clarification, and that actually came thanks to you and to officials coming to us, say, yeah, but we only have jurisdiction 30 minutes or 1 hour before the first horse inspection, but when the horses arrive on site, when they are training 2 days before, 3 days before the competition, maybe an athlete will misbehave, maybe there will be something, and we don't have the tools to sanction that person. We cannot do anything. So we came with that concept, which is the on-site preparation period. And during that period, which you can see the lengthy wording, very nice legal wording, but we need it to be as precise as possible. And basically during the period from the opening of the stables until 1 hour before the first horse inspection, so before the grand jury has jurisdiction, all the people that are on site, they are supervised by either the stable manager, stewards, FEI veterinarians, and if there is a breach during that period, if the riders, the grooms, chef d'équipe, horse owner, that breaches the FEI rules or regulations, if they fail to comply with instructions by the steward, something like that, you can sanction them. And when will that happen? You will be receiving a report from the steward or from the stable manager, and then once you have jurisdiction as grand jury, then you can issue your warning card to that person, issue a fine, or take whatever decision is needed. So I think it's a very important tool, and don't hesitate to use it. It's a very, very useful practice. Now I wanted to highlight the Secretary General authority to cancel an event, and unfortunately we had to introduce that provision that was during EHV1 outbreak. And we had an occasion specifically where we had asked the officials on site to cancel the event because there was information that there was an EHV outbreak, but the officials on site didn't do it, and we had no tools to cancel the competition. So now we have given that authority to the Secretary General, so even though the Secretary General is not on site, Sabrina, as Secretary General, she could decide to cancel an event on site. And the consequences is that the FIA officials on site and the organizer, they need to ensure that all competition are stopped immediately, so you need to follow the instructions from the Secretary Generals, and you need to immediately apply the measures for the biosecurity contingency or plan or instructions that would be given to you. And there as well, we extended here again your powers on site, because normally once the event is over, as an official you don't have jurisdiction anymore, so you couldn't do anything. So we specifically said that if an event is cancelled due to an outbreak, then the FIA official on site, you can still continue to have authority there on site. So you can still take decisions, you can still make instructions to the relevant people in order to hopefully safeguard the horses and then take the biosecurity plan into real life and ensure that everything is being done accordingly. Decision-making process, I think you have seen it already a lot. For me, as legal, is no exception. You can only make an exception if the rules provide for the possibility to make an exception. Otherwise, it's going to backfire. You believe you make a nice decision, everybody is happy on site, the rider is really happy, but then 2 weeks later, I receive a phone call from another rider at another show, say, why did I receive this? This happened exactly the same 2 weeks ago, and the outcome was completely different. So again, we need to be consistent, and we cannot grant exceptions. Same with FIA headquarters. Sabrina, Igmar, legal, jumping department, they receive tons of requests for an exception. It's good for the development of the sport. It would be nice for the rider. It's good for the welfare of the horse. Maybe, but if the rules say it's not possible, we have to be strict and we need to follow the rules. So please do not apply exceptions unless the rules say that you can apply exceptions. Who can file a protest? Yes, I can see a question in the back, please.
Elaine Zander, Brazil. I have a question for you. In the beginning, in the very first part of our meeting, you said, do not open the door, okay? And now you are confirming this. When you start showing your presentation, you said that there are some situations that can be dealt with before the class starts, okay? And you mentioned the measure of the course, okay? That the riders can come and ask about it. In the jumping regulations, the new rules that started last year, we have an article that says that the lengths of the course can be posted, okay, later than the plan itself. In this case, it says 15 minutes before. Let's imagine that the cost designer added the lengths and the time allowed 20 minutes before the class started. What should I do?
I will need to check exactly the timeline to file a protest. I think it's on one of my next slides, if I'm not mistaken. I'll just see. Yes, so here it is. So for an obstacle or the plan, that's the third item on the list. The deadline for the people to protest would be 15 minutes before the start of the competition. So that's a good timing. You publish it 15 minutes before, and then they have to protest immediately. So virtually, I think in practice, they won't be able to file a protest within the required time period. And if it's not filed within the required time period, you don't need to deal with it. They cannot challenge it. Is it fair? No, but that's another question. But here again, I think that's where, again, if they say, oh yeah, but I didn't know, say, yeah, but the rules say you have to protest, you have to do it 15 minutes before the start. If it's 14 minutes before, it's too late. So here I have another question. Yes, please.
If the rule says that they can protest 15 minutes before, then the rule cannot say that you post something 15 or 14 minutes before. I mean, it's not logical that you don't have time to protest.
Yeah, but there are some matters that are protestable as well, and some are not. And I think that's where as well there are limitations as what people can protest. Otherwise, you will never start the competition because people will start complaining or contesting many of the matters. I understand, and I think that provision about the 15 minutes is meant, it's in the general regulation, so it's meant to apply to all disciplines. So that's why if there are some specificities in the rule, I think we need to look at the practicalities. And I agree with you, we need to be fair with the riders and the chef d'équipe. And ideally, we would not want to publish 15 minutes if we know that the protest is 15 minutes. So we would need to publish it before so that they would have a slight time to react to it if they were not happy with the outcome. Who can protest, who can file protest? That's very important as well. There is a limitation as to who can do it. And if it's not the right person, you don't look at the protest. You have here the list. I'm sure you are familiar with it. The only exception is for abuse of horse. Anybody can file a protest for abuse of horse, including people from the media. We had that in the past, and that has happened, and they're entitled to do so. Now, there are some basic steps that a person needs to comply with if they want the protest to be valid. First one, it needs to be in writing. They can just, oh, I protest, and they come to you and they shout and they orally mention all their, say, okay, you want to protest? Put it in writing. It needs to be presented within the applicable time period, as I mentioned, and there is a deposit of 150 Swiss franc or the local currency. Now it's pretty similar, so it's more or less 150 euros or 150 US dollars, and there is no deposit for horse abuse matters. That's the only exception for the rest. And if they don't have the money, if they don't have 150 Swiss francs because now people don't carry much cash with them, well, tough luck for them. You want to protest? You need to pay 150. You are not a bank. You are not saying, oh yeah, I give you a credit. Say, no, you want to protest? You need to come with the deposit. So I already mentioned initially the time limit. So again here, if it's submitted too late, it's not valid. End of the story. You don't need to be nice. They missed the deadline by 1 minute. Tough luck. We have the same law. In court, you miss the deadline by 1 minute, you lost, and that's it. So that's why it's very important when you receive a protest that you put the day, obviously, but then the time. When was it lodged? Exactly the time. So you look at the time when you put it, because it may be very relevant. And maybe when they file a protest, you don't know what they want to protest. You don't know what is the applicable deadline, but just put the time, so that then you can look, say, okay, what is the applicable time limit? And then I will look, was it filed on time? Yes, no, and then you can either proceed or not. You have now the FEI protest form. We did that because in the past we were receiving sometimes protest on a napkin or just on a piece of paper, so that was not very useful. So now at least you have the key information. They need to fill in the key information. I think that's a system that is working quite well. So we know exactly what they want to protest and what are the basic requirements to be complied with. When you take a decision, and before reaching a decision, that's where it's very important. The process is very important. First, you need to consider whether it's for you to decide or not, whether it was a matter that occurred during your period of jurisdiction, yes, no. You need to examine everything that is being submitted, the evidence. Maybe they submit something, maybe you want to ask other people that were witnesses, other colleagues, steward, chief steward, technical delegate, maybe spectators had seen something, maybe you want to gather more information, and you need to hear the parties. The one that protests wants to express most likely the frustration. If they file a protest, it's because they are not happy with the initial decision. And by just the fact of allowing them to express their frustration or to give them an opportunity to explain, it already can be quite successful on the outcome. Even if they don't win, if they don't succeed with the protest, they felt that they had the possibility to express and bring their arguments. So I think it's very important that you do that. And then, of course, you need to try to be fair and equitable. But again, fair and equitable doesn't mean that you are going to grant an exception. This rule has been added a few years ago, and basically the grand jury may request the advice and assistance of a representative of the FEI. We worded it that way, but actually it was more the other way around. When the legal department or the jumping director were on site, we also want to give and be able to give advice to the grand jury and say, this is the issue, or maybe we had the similar issue a few weeks ago, we know what the outcome is, so don't hesitate to check with the FEI headquarters as well as to if there is anything you need to know, if you want to have some advice. You will have my contact details, so you can also call me. I understand that there are 5,000 question events a year, so different time zones, and I won't necessarily pick up the phone, but you can always try or send a WhatsApp as well, or an email, so that we can hopefully try to help you in dealing with the matters. Now, if you decide that you don't have jurisdiction, you should not proceed and you should not look at the matter. Just dismiss the protest. You had no jurisdiction. Don't start to say, oh, it's not for me to decide. However, my view is the following. That doesn't really help anyone in the process. If there is an informal objection, somebody is kind of complaining, protesting, well, they can talk to you, of course, but then it's either they do it in an informal basis and then there is no change of the outcome, or they do it formally. If they want to challenge the decision, it has to be done formally. So if they start complaining, say, oh, I didn't like the outcome, then you can direct them, okay, if you want to challenge that decision, you will need to file a protest. You need to pay 150 Swiss francs and the likes. Here, of course, at legal, we like everything in writing, because if the matter goes further, we want to see exactly what was decided. If it's only an oral decision, it's later on more difficult to know exactly what were the arguments. Of course, it says where possible, because you are most likely in the jury box, you need to take a decision, next vote is going to start in a few minutes. You don't have time to write a very nice decision in writing. We totally get that. But what you can do, you can orally notify the outcome already, and then you follow up in writing once the competition is over, or when you have more time, then you do it, a summary of the decision or something in writing that also help them to, the rider or the chef d'équipe of whoever has protested, to know exactly what were the arguments and why they lost. And then, of course, for the FEI headquarters, we receive a copy of the report, and then we see the decision, and that helps as well for us to understand what was the basis of your decision, whether we feel it was the right decision and the right arguments or not. Protest form, as I said, are on the website. We also have template forms for grand jury decisions. I believe that we had provided it to the Jumping Officials Club last time, but if you don't have it, I can resend it to all of you. Here again, I think we want to have more consistency, so we prepared that template so you know what you need to fill in what order. So hopefully it's a tool for you to be able to draft the decisions. I often get the question with the deposit fee. What do we do with the deposit fee? So if the protest is successful, if the person has won, he will get the money back. That's the thing. You need to give it back. They challenge your initial decision, you overturn your initial decision, they win, they get the money back. It's not for you to keep. Now, if the protest is dismissed, that will go directly to me, and then I can have very nice holidays during the year. So no, so more seriously, yes. So if the protest is dismissed, the deposit is not refunded, so you don't give the money back to the one who has protested. However, you need to send either the money or do a transfer. Either you give it to the organizer to give it to the FEI, but it has to go to the FEI. So then don't forget to do that. You don't keep the money. Liability of officials, I mentioned earlier during the panel decision, all officials acting at an international event are acting on behalf of the FEI. You are not liable financially or otherwise for any acts or omissions, provided you acted in good faith. If an official receives money to take whatever decision, that's not going to be a decision that was made in good faith, and then you will be liable. You will be personally liable, and the FEI will not protect you. But if you decided to eliminate a horse at the Olympics or at a $1 million prize money competition, and then they believed that the officials or the grand jury didn't take the right decision, they're going to sue you. They don't sue you, they sue the FEI because you were an FEI official. And then the FEI will step in, the legal department will step in, and we will protect you, we will defend you. Again, you need to be in good faith. If you're totally in bad faith, the whole process is not going to fly. But that so far has not happened. I haven't experienced that. So we had occasions where we had to step in and to protect the official because, of course, if there is a loss of $1 million prize money and the outcome is not right for the rider, for the horse owner, they may want to try to challenge. Some practical tips when you are on site. Wait until you have time to decide on the protest. Don't rush. People will ask you to rush, most likely, but don't rush. Take the right time to take the right decision. Because once you have done your decision on the outcome, it's difficult to change it afterwards. And maybe you were not aware of all the information. Maybe you missed a piece of evidence. Try to take the contact names and numbers so that you can call the people later, either to meet with them or to give them the decision, because sometimes people protest and then they are busy with the horse and then you don't know exactly who it was, no contact details, then it becomes very difficult to locate the people. So try to do that. Try to find a quiet room. Try not to decide in front of everybody, in front of the spectators, in front of the media. That's probably not a good idea, especially now as everybody is filming everything with the phones. So try to find a quiet room or area that you can decide together. Now, once you have taken the decision as a grand jury, it's a decision of the grand jury. And I feel it's important that maybe there was some disagreement within the grand jury, but in the end you take a majority decision. And I think it's important that you remain saying it was a grand jury decision. And if the one that did not agree initially, if they start to talk to riders and to national federations and to people, hey, no, I didn't agree to that, and it puts a little bit oil on the fire. It's not necessary, so I think it's important that you work as a team. I heard that earlier today, that you're a team working, so I think you will be a team in good times and in bad times. Maybe you need to take a tough decision, and maybe not everybody was fully supportive, but in the end you take that majority decision and you need to stick to that. If you have media inquiries, please try to contact the FEI communications department. They can help you with messaging, or we can also look at statements or things that needs to be done depending on the importance of the issue that had to be dealt with. Horse inspections, yes, please.
I would like you to talk a little about how to handle situations when somebody comes to you as an FA official with some non-sport related issue. So somebody drunk, a fight, you know, like a really bad, not really sport decision. So do you follow the same procedure as a regular, so I know we have to come to you and report it, that I know, but you know, it's just like a more informal way of doing it, or should we follow same procedures and same forms? And I even didn't know if I need to collect the deposit.
Yeah, but you mean, for example, if you have a fight between two riders, or there were drunk horse owners?
Yeah, exactly. Or misrespectful fighting or pushing, and you know, one drunk and maybe one is a rider, the other is not. You know, like some kind of, again, a party after the competition in the venue, stuff like that. You know, like when it's not directly the competition-related issues.
It will all depend on the timing, obviously, and whether it has an impact on the competition. It's always tricky to deal with these matters because they are kind of extra sport matters, I would say, even though they involved riders potentially, or horse owners or grooms. You will see later a little bit that you can give a yellow warning card to a rider for the acts of somebody of his entourage. So that's something you can do. And if you were to do so, you will need to follow a process, hear the stories. I think one thing that is very important, and I also experienced that in the legal department or at the FEI, you receive a report or somebody is blaming somebody else, or is giving you a story. It looks very credible from the outset, but it's maybe not the full story. So you always need to be careful what information is being provided to you, and you need to try to speak to the relevant person that is being the one accusing, the one that is being accused, so that at least you get the two sides of the stories, and then maybe your perception will be different. So I think it's important to do that. Of course, there could be a safety element. So if it's really becoming a safety element, you need also to liaise with the organizer, potentially call the police, something like that. If it's that serious, I would want this to be put in the report so that the FEI can do the follow-up, because maybe it's a safeguarding incident that the FEI actually can step in and can sanction hard the person. If it's a minor, if it's arguments, a dispute between two athletes, and maybe there was inappropriate language, maybe it's not that damaging, and maybe there is not too much to do. But yeah, I think you'll need to try to speak to the relevant people and try to get as much information, and here as well contact details, so that even maybe if you don't know the outcome, maybe you send a note in the report so that we can do the follow-up. What we do as well a lot is we liaise with the National Federation. We believe the National Federation is responsible of the athletes and horse owners and grooms as well, and they can speak with them. They also have different tools. Athletes often sign a code of conduct with the National Federation, so if they breach that, there are consequences, so that the type you could do. But it's not an easy one, for sure. Horse inspection, I don't want to expand too much, but basically the rules say it needs to be at least 3 persons, and it's president of the grand jury and foreign judge, veterinary delegate, or veterinary commission. You need to explain the reasons for not accepting horses at the horse inspection. There is no appeal or protest against the decision made by the inspection panel. So if you eliminate the horse at the horse inspection because the horse is lame, that's the end. There is no challenge possible. However, a protest may be filed for the procedure. And I gave the example, say, let's say you eliminate a horse at the horse inspection, but actually the president of grand jury was not present because he had COVID. He had to stay at the hotel. So in the end, you had not enough people on the panel to take the decision. then it's like, okay, the one protesting the decision has a point, and maybe they will succeed on that procedure because the requirements had not been complied with. So that's why in the mindset, even though the horse was eliminated, so there is no protest. Well, maybe how the procedure was followed was not correct, and maybe they are able to protest on that one. Yellow warning card, I think I don't need to explain too much about yellow warning card. You're all very familiar with it. There is a list on the FEI website. Here, I think what is important, and it also helps because we had sometimes issues where the rider claimed that he was not aware he had been given a yellow warning card. So I think first you need to inform, so the rider or the person responsible. Give also an opportunity for him or her to explain, because maybe you've been told by the chief steward or you've been told by a steward that he did whatever behavior and you say, oh, he deserves yellow warning card. But ask the person for his or her explanation to get, again, the full story. And then you need to notify. It's important that you officially notify. They normally have to sign the yellow warning card. Failure to sign does not invalidate it, but of course, if they have not signed, then they will later claim that they had not been notified. So I think if that is the case, I always advise that you don't notify alone. You ask for either a colleague or a steward or somebody else to come with you, so that you have another witness, you have another person. Then it's stronger for then the FEI to say, okay, we know you have been notified because I have two persons confirming that you have been notified. A question I get often is, is the yellow warning card the only thing I can do? No, you can do it in combination with other sanctions. So it's not because the person received yellow warning card that you cannot give a fine, or that the FEI headquarters is not going to follow up with the disciplinary procedure. So that is possible, and now we have clarified this clearly in the rules. Disciplinary offenses by athletes' entourage. That's the one, and I think it's particularly useful when you have, let's say, competition with juniors or with children. We have the parents that would yell at you and will not be acting appropriately. Well, actually, you can give a yellow warning card to the rider for the acts performed by somebody else, by an entourage. And the entourage is pretty broad. Parent, spouse, family member, coach, trainer, groom, crew, anybody connected with the person responsible, horse owners. Because we again receive feedback from you that you felt a little bit without any tool when people were acting totally incorrectly and they were not under the jurisdiction of the FEI, but now you actually punish the rider, and that's a strong deterrent effect. Yes, please.
What about if the trainer is training two different riders, and who is the person responsible?
Yeah, thank you for the nice question.
It actually happened before.
I guess it would probably depend again on the context. Is he yelling because of rider A and not rider B? Then I would put the rider A only as liable. Would it be fair? That's again, you'll need to be careful as to what you do. But yeah, that's a point. It could happen, and you'll need to look at that. I wouldn't give necessarily to the two athletes. It depends on the circumstances.
If, for example, you have a trainer in a team, he has 4 riders, he goes down in the stables and raise havoc. No athlete is involved, it's just his own responsibility.
Yeah, but that's the tools that we have. Now, whether you want to do it because you know that the teams might be punished, it's a different story. And I think you can also speak to the person, you can try to find either ways, but you can also threaten. And only by threatening, most of the time it also has a good deterrent effect, and then the person will behave because they know that actually, oh yeah, I don't want my poor athletes to receive yellow warning card because I acted inappropriately. You see here abuse of horse. What is important is not because you will take an action or a sanction on site that we are not going to follow up with separate proceedings. What we receive more actually is when the grand jury didn't act on site. and there was very bad whipping, 10 times whipping, and nothing was done, then it's on the social media. We receive the videos, we receive queries, but I think you also need to be careful, and it's not by, you need also to take your responsibility on site, and if you see something, you witness something, try to act and try to collect evidence so that if you provide us as well with the all the information, videos, pictures, check for the blood, check for anything on the horse that will help us to have a stronger case, and then we can take actions. And maybe you didn't witness yourself the alleged abuse, but try here again to, if you learn it afterwards, try to remember who could have information, who could have seen it, who could have pictures, who was involved, so that we can again take actions later on. Technical assistance, audio and video recording. Here we have changed a little bit the way of handling matters. So some sports decide either to allow the use of technical assistance, some they don't. In the past, we were only accepting the official video footage. So it was only the official video footage that we could use. We actually had the sports forum when we did the review of the legal system. We asked you and the National Federation and the athletes, do we want to open the door for other technical assistance? Everybody has a phone now, everybody is filming. Can we accept this? And it was actually an overwhelming majority say, yeah, we should accept this because we can have good information. So you are allowed to accept this. Be careful, people can do many amazing things with the phone. They can cheat. We had cases in the past where the horse seems to have amazing amount of blood and really, 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 really red on the horse, but it was edited. It was not at all that way. So you need to be careful that it's not edited. So if you're on site, you need to act on a pretty short time frame. Be careful, it has to be irrefutable evidence. Try to find different sources as well so you can compare. Be careful about the angle, be careful about the editing, but of course you are not technical experts as to whether it's been edited or not, but if you have some doubts, I would say don't rely on the evidence. Now there are some limitations, cannot have video recording to be used to establish the time of the athlete, that there is a specific provision for that, and the same with the water jump. This one also came from you guys, from the Ijoc to the FEI. They were saying, well, you know, when we are performing our duties, we want to take a picture, we want to film, we want to record, but the riders are complaining, they are saying we are not entitled to take pictures and etc. So we specifically added that provision that when you are performing your duties, so of course you cannot film anything at the bar or at the party and things like that and then post on social media. That's not what the rules is meant for. It's when you are performing your duties, let's say there is blood on the horse, you can take a video, you can take pictures, you can do all of that. Of course, you are not going to share that on social media or to give that to the media, but you can put that in your file. And then you can also send it in the report, give it to the FEI headquarters, and then we have good evidence and solid evidence as the people that want to challenge that you had filmed them or filmed the incident, they will not win because we have that specific provision. Administrative disciplinary process. Here, basically the idea was to allow FEI headquarters and actually FEI legal department to take some actions and sanctions when there are some wrongdoings. We can do it for, let's say, minor case of horse abuse. We can actually also sanction officials, and we have done so. If there are failure to comply, you could have sanctions. The idea was also that if we do it, it's much more responsive. We can act quicker. We could probably suspend somebody on a very short notice. We don't need to rely on the FEI tribunal. And then this is the scope of the sanctions that we can impose. We can impose warnings, a fine, provisional suspension up to 3 months, demotion of official, the famous one that I'm going to send to some of you later this year. No, hopefully not. Hopefully not. We give a full right to be heard, but why is it important? Not only because you are accountable, you may be faced with this disciplinary procedure, I hope it's not going to happen, but more importantly, is that we will have information from you guys. I take the example of a horse abuse. You see a horse abuse and you have limitation as to what sanction you can impose. But then if you give me all the details, video recordings, pictures, statements, then we, the FEI, we can take further actions. We can do that, and we can also liaise with the National Federation. So it's very important that you put all the details in the report, so then we do that follow-up if necessary. So recording of protest and sanction, yes, I think it's, again, important that you highlight this in the report so that you provide it to the FEI headquarters so we have all the information. That's very dangerous. That's my contact details, so I see everybody taking pictures. No, I think we are trying at the FEI headquarters to be as helpful as we can. So if you have questions, concerns, you can call me, you can contact me. I have to admit I don't necessarily take all the calls when I don't recognize the phone number. So if I don't pick up the phone, or if it's random hours, maybe I will not pick up, but you can follow up by WhatsApp, say who you are, or by email or thing like that, and hopefully I can do the follow-up. It's not meant to be for any little incident that you are facing at an event that you are going to call me to say, is that the right way that I need to do? No, I would imagine that it would be something either very unusual, or you could not reach Stefan Ellenbrook, so I would be I would be the second one. He actually calls me from time to time as well, so so yeah, no, it would be for important matters, but obviously we are all working together. We know that you are having a really important job and the decisions are never easy. So I also prefer that you check with me before taking that tough decision than taking that tough decision that was totally wrong and then we bear the consequences for the next 6 months. So I prefer to waste a few minutes or hours on a Saturday on one incident instead of 6 months in legal courts with lawyers and things like that. So really don't hesitate to do that. So that concludes for me. I don't know if there are more questions or if there are time for questions. I don't know if I was short enough or apparently, yes, some questions. Please.
About jurisdiction. You know, in North America, we have many horse shows with international and national shows going on together. Let's say if there is a rider, an FEI rider, who was riding a national horse and was abusing a horse, can you give an FEI yellow card? Because technically they're still on the show ground of the FEI, right?
But it will depend. Let's say I will take the scenario that the FEI event is from Thursday until Sunday. That rider has registered for all the competition Thursday, Friday, and he competes on the Saturday at the national show. Yes, you could. Because you could issue a yellow card because of horse abuse, you could do it during the period of the event. You could also do it if he's training with his national horse. You could do that. Any other question or comment? I see a question over there, yes.
Clock begin to tick at the end? Is it when the results are announced, when they're actually printed and you have a time on it, or when they're posted?
It's a good question. It's when they are. It's normally when they are signed off. So I don't know, but again, if you're in the jury box and you sign them off, but nobody is aware that you have signed them off, that we will have an issue for the people to know what is the deadline to protest. So I would imagine that it will be sent by WhatsApp, published, posted on at the show office. So I would say that would be as of then. Good. Thank you very much for your attention.
So now it's time for coffee. So we have a break and we start in around 15 minutes. Hello everybody, can I please ask you to be seated again? We want to kick off our next session.
It's always the most difficult thing, to get your attention again.
Then we might have too much attention. It depends.
If you can all please take your seats again. Okay, thanks everybody. I think we are ready to kick off our next session. And we are more than happy to welcome Frank Spadinger here also. He was already part of our discussion panel, but is now going to have some dedicated time to talk about the FEI education system. So Frank, the floor is all yours.
Thank you. This is seldom that I receive an applause nowadays. Well, except from the president. Yes, exactly. Thank you, Glenn, for giving me the opportunity to talk about the education system jumping. Before we go into details of the education system, I would like to give you an overview of what we are talking about when we talk about officials. Here you see a slide. These are really not functions. These are officials. Currently, we have roughly 3,400 officials in the FEI list. And you see the age distribution is still quite ideal. How this will look like in some years, we have to see, since this does not reflect the removal of the age limit. And also what we see, and this is very good for our federation, is we have almost an equal spread between male and female genders. We did not use the fem gender yet to database, so we have only 2 genders listed. Now, the next slide we have on the actual jumping officials. And here we have on the bottom of the row, you see distinct individuals. So we have 1,700, the number I've already been giving to Stefan, jumping officials. And you see them also distributed by region. Europe, by far, with 921 officials, is the biggest group. And that's why you see on the right side the numbers per country. Where there are no numbers, with a dot in the country, when you try to find your own country, the dot is too big. So if I would have blown it up, I would have lost some countries. So, for example, my own country, Austria, has more officials. The dot is bigger. That's why it is not listed. We certainly do have the numbers for every country. It's not a secret. This is only an extraction out of database. What you can see ideally, and this picture we do not have in other disciplines, jumping is really a worldwide sport. We have officials in almost in every part of the world. Now we come a little bit the relation between local and foreign officials. We talk about only FEI officials nowadays, and a local official is in this kind of, for this slide, an official of the country the international event takes place. So if the international jumping official competition takes place in France, the local officials would be the French international officials, and all the others would be the foreign officials. Here you see we have a very good distribution between foreign and local officials in jumping. It's like 40 to 60. And if you look at the regions again, the same number is reflected in Europe in Group EEF. And if you then go to Group 8, it becomes different. So in Group 8, only 11% of the officials come from another country. Most of the officials come from the own country. This is easy to explain. You have not the high shows. You have 1- and 2-star shows in these countries, and you have the majority happening in Australia and New Zealand, and they tend to use their own officials instead of flying in expensive officials from abroad. Just these numbers, we are for the first time able to produce these numbers, and we have to now look at the numbers over the years to come and see trends and try to improve where we feel it necessary. This is part of the harmonization process that was completed by the end of last year. By the end of last year, we are in the situation that all education systems, including the veterinarians, have been updated. We all have now a level system, 1 to 4, and so we are for the first time able to produce statistics. So much about statistics. This was just a little bit of an intro. I was asked by Glenn to do a speed class today, so be fast. Naturally, you can always ask questions in between. And I would like to lead over to the education system as such. This should be not something new for you, because this has been in place for 3 years now, and there have been hardly any changes. What I feel is necessary to repeat it again. Each time you look at it, you find something different, and from the questions I get from you here, I see there is a lot of confusion still out there, and therefore I would like to go in detail again, or as much as is possible in half an hour, to the education system. First of all, the main part, what we did in the FEI, we changed from an appointment system to a competency-based system. So we have not, you don't get appointed as a level 1 anymore, or as a level 4. There is always an examination with it. So there's always a course and an examination in all functions now across discipline. Also, in the beginning, to simplify it, you learned this, you do have to do the CES. The CES is much more than just the yearly online assessment you are doing. So the CES is the shortage for the competency-based evaluation system. We have 2 major phases, and I'll come to that shortly. It's the transfer up courses and the maintenance courses. Both run under the CES system. Then we have a maintenance year, and this is something where we did not follow the calendar year. It runs from the 16th December to the 15th December. This has a practical reason. the offices of the FEI are closed during Christmas, and it doesn't make sense that we do close and open functions on the 31st and then on the 1st. So this is why we went 2 weeks ahead. Second, we thought in the first year introducing the online assessment that we are able to give the officials 2 weeks head start before the 1st of January. Then we have the transition period. And this is the transition period only applies for the CES online assessment. Because we have the Southern Hemisphere, and especially in Endurance Group 7, the endurance season is in full run, like complete. We cannot close, we thought it is necessary to have like 3.5 months to comply with the online assessment that you have to do yearly. This is the transition period. You have all access now to the online assessment 2023, and you have 1 year to comply it, and you can officiate in the transition period still without having done it. Only after the 31st of March, you have to have done it before you officiate. That is important. Michael and I will certainly at one point be more stricter. We have cases of officials that quite officiate without having done the CES. We tolerate it at the moment, and there will be a time where we have to be stricter. Here, again, what is it we are looking for? As I said, the key part, like it's building up. You have to have knowledge about rules and regulations. Then the mentioned soft skills, they should be evaluated and assessed and taught in the transfer up courses. And certainly you have to have a fitness level required. We know that it is not able, we won't go into the medical certificates. We won't ask them, this is a self-assessment we ask you to do every year. Am I still fit to comply with all what is required from my job? This is a self-assessment. And last but not least, English, the English proficiency level. Here, this applies now only for transfer up. We do not touch existing levels. If you want to go into transfer up, you have to have the required English level. And we will also, and we have started, and this is also an information as you, we have started to do the English proficiency test again in person at level 3 courses. Because, and this is, I know it's live streamed, and please, maybe you can cut out this part. I've seen not so many, like cheating possibilities I've learned are tremendous in the last years. And we have come, sadly, across people who have not done the English proficiency test themselves and have other people doing it. So this is why we felt the need to have a second like test at level 3 at least at the transfer up course. It's nothing, it's just we have to communicate with each other. And this is, you have to understand the rules you read, and they are in English. So now the second pillar, I only touched now briefly the transfer up. The second pillar is the maintenance course, and there I'll want to concentrate a little bit on. Before we go into the maintenance course, let me explain you, this is a picture of the level 1 judge. We have four parts here. We have the requirements. Requirements are always to be fulfilled before you start an education. Yep. Not while you're doing it. These are pre-requirements. Then comes the education part, where you do the course, and all the others, like in dressage, we have shadow judging, sit-ins, all the other education parts. And then you have the maintenance per function listed in the education system, and these pathways are only extractions of the education system. The education system is the document you should look at. And last but not least, the status you are listed in. We have that system across all functions and levels, again, disciplines and the veterinarians all the same. Only the content in the columns changes. We also have here, and that's the purpose I have put on the equivalency, like level 1, we have the term equivalency here. We have introduced with all education systems the equivalency, and an equivalency can be applied by a national federation who has a national education system and is of the opinion that one of the educations, normally the highest, but in some countries like Germany or France, it's not the highest, it's 1 or 2 level lower, is equivalent to the entry level 1 of the FEI. So that we consider this and approve this level as equivalent, and now what does it grant you? First of all, it's a fast track. You don't have to have the level 1, you can immediately go to the level 2. You're not listed as level 1, and you can go immediately to level 2. Secondly, and this is only true for jumping judges at the moment, we work on all other functions. The jumping judges of a national federation with equivalency can do the online course, then pass the online exam and the interview, and after that are immediately listed as level 1. We had situations where we were able to conduct this process in 1 week. That's not the reality. This takes also the time. The bottleneck here is the interview. Because here, again, because of the language issue, because of the checking if the person really is the person with the knowledge, we have 2 course directors having an interview with the person after they have done the test. So this is the equivalency, and if you can talk to your national federation, there is a form. If you fill in the form as it is, it's quite straightforward. If we don't get the form, we can't accept it, and it's a back and forth email process. Now we come to the maintenance, and here we have 3 times CES. We have a CES online assessment, and it should not come to a surprise nowadays anymore that it has to be done on a yearly basis. Yeah? We have said the transition period applies to the yearly online assessment. You have to do it in the year, and then after the 31st of March before you officiate. The latest 15th of December. This is one requirement of maintenance. The second requirement is the CS maintenance course. The courses that will happen tomorrow for the judges, Sunday stewards, and then 2 days for the course designers, Monday, Tuesday. These are the maintenance courses. They have to be done every 3 years. I know there is a question, and you've shared this question with me. We had a pandemic. So the cycle is a bit offset. So 17 and 18 were invited for 2022. The year 19 last course were invited for 2023. And being in 2020 and 2021 for 2024. If you have done a transfer up course, your cycle is automatically set for next 3 years. So if you have done a transfer up course in 2022, you will find in your personal dashboard on FEI database the year 25. So this explains this is a little bit. Maintenance course. And here I will take something away from Stefan, and you will hear it away tomorrow again. You will not do the CES assessment tomorrow, online. You will not do the CES online assessment tomorrow. It will be a different assessment. And the purpose, we roll out the second phase now, because we think we don't have to repeat something you do always online. Last year we thought the necessity to do that because of we had so many rumors of people not doing it themselves. That's why we had the hard copy test last year. This year it will be on the content you will be hearing tomorrow. So there will be no surprises. Everything will be presented to you, and the questions in the end will be on the content of the day. Yeah? So there is no mock exams, naturally. It will be on the content you will be presented tomorrow. Okay? And we have a lot of course designers with us to assist you. Course directors. Thank you, Stefan. Francis. Yeah. It's the same for stewards. It's the same for stewards, and it is similar for course designers. Because also the course designers will do not the CES online, they will do an assessment with Louis concerned the topic. Again, yes, every year. Now,
the question is, we finish here the course, we do the writing or whatever, we go back home next week. Do we still have to do the online?
Yes, and every year you have to do it, and we have some officials that sadly had the function closed and had to come here before. So these officials have to go first to a maintenance course, and after the maintenance course they will be enrolled in the yearly online assessment. So afterwards you have to do both. You can...
That's not my question.
Okay.
I'm not closed. I came here to do the in-person. I finish tomorrow, the next day. Next Thursday, I'll be home.
Mm-hmm.
I have to open my computer and do the online. I'm not talking about...
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Yes, every year, yes. And you will get immediately, you will get an email on the 16th December for 24, every year. The same procedure.
May I ask you a question?
Yes, certainly.
Why you close the mock exam from the judges that are closed on level? You mean I am closed as a level 3.
Mhm.
And you didn't send any mock exam. Why? And all the others have the mock exam.
Again, tomorrow will be not, you don't need the mock exams tomorrow.
Yeah, I know, but...
And
Yeah.
the mock exams will be open after you have passed tomorrow.
Okay, I can't understand the reason. That's why.
Because we cannot enroll all FEI officials in the... This is the yearly online assessment is only for active FEI officials. It's not for everyone. This is why you have to be on the list to be enrolled in the assessment. When you have done the maintenance course here, and you are relisted immediately. Yep. Now the last part, and I know, and this is why it's new, and I felt like we better go and have a look at it again. That's why the last part is the CES maintenance review, officiating review. This has been decided by the FEI board because of the pandemic, is not applied until 24. So everyone in the room, or like every official, we have closed the function. Our president has said over 1,000. Altogether it was 2,400 we did that. It was only purely they were not complying with the yearly maintenance, like yearly assessment or the maintenance course, not because of the officiating review. This will be only applied in 2024. Also not next year. Yep, that is good.
So that new CS...
Yes, I can answer this question because I think I understood it. Please correct me if you have on the 15th of December, we check, has the official done the CES online assessment? Has the official done a maintenance course in the last 3 years? Has the official officiated enough according to the education system? Every year on the 15th December we decide, and then either you get an email on the 16th December or your function is closed. And you will also receive an email from us that your function is closed, so you're aware.
So that's an inside revision from the FBI?
It's a database program. It's not a personal thing. No. No. Yes. No.
The officials which potentially might see their FEI account closed on the 16th of December, would they receive a prior email like 3 months or 6 months before from the FEI to let them know, like a warning or a reminder, be careful, your account might be closed if you don't fulfill this and this and this criteria?
We do send 2 times reminders. We sent the first one on the 16th December to invite you. We sent a reminder on the 15th March around that time that the online CS hasn't been done yet, and if you want to officiate, and we sent one in November. What we have not done in the past is we did not remind it, please go to the CES maintenance course. This we only do this was only on the 16th December email. We will include this for the next years. And be aware, like it's your responsibility to be updated. We inform by email, and you have always the possibility to go to your own dashboard you can have access to it. We have added there a maintenance table. You will see when is your next maintenance course due. Have I passed my online CES assessment? I can do nothing else. I check in database when an official comes, and we can have some officials came to me, and we will do this together, and I can happily show it where you can see it. It's transparent on the database. I think we continue, because otherwise Glenn gets very nervous. And all these questions, personal questions, I'll take later.
At the end of tomorrow, after we've done our exam, whatever you want to call it, pass or fail, when do we hear?
You have to, like, since normally we have 20 participants in a maintenance course. Tomorrow we have 92. We will evaluate the papers immediately. Have to give us some time to update the database, because in Lausanne we then update pass or not pass in the database, and then it's a matter of week. Maybe you have already noticed that the jumping department, who is in charge of this, is at the moment a little bit under pressure. And therefore I ask your patience for the results. It is clear that you have the whole year 2022 to comply with the maintenance course. 2023, sorry, yes. So it's not a necessity to officiate next week to have passed the course tomorrow. You have to have passed it until the 15th of December. Yeah?
On fulfilling the officiating review, at the moment the Jumping World Challenge is not considered by the FEI as an officiating position, and the answer that we receive from the FEI is that it belongs to the Development Department or the Solidarity Department. And on the issue of appointments, for a lot of us, we have difficulty getting appointments, and we will run into trouble. And so if the FEI could reconsider counting the Jumping World Challenge as...
The Jumping World Challenge is taken into account for level 1 judges.
Okay, but for higher level?
No.
We know that, so it's just...
Only for level 1 judges. And here we can discuss and we take it on board, but until now, because the level of the competition of the challenge is up to the 1 star. And therefore we did not think at the moment it is possible for level 2s and level 3s. So for the 1 star, the challenge does count for judges, and only for judges, not for stewards, because in a challenge you don't need a steward. There is no job for a steward in a challenge. Therefore we cannot, and we don't want to add the function of a steward to the challenge to make it more complicated for the developing countries to organize challenges. Therefore we do not touch the officials there. Yeah? May I continue?
If someone fails tomorrow, when do their function close? Right away?
As I said, the function does not close when you do not pass tomorrow. We don't fail people. We do not pass people. Sorry. It's a big distinction. And the person has until the end of 2022 to pass. To 2023, yes. Otherwise, it would be not fair. Yes. Yes, we will certainly inform the people, like the database, as far as I'm aware, is a very sophisticated tool of the FEI. And when the administrator in the FEI ticks the box passed, the database sends automatically an email to the participant. Yes? Therefore, yes, you will be informed. I think we have spoken enough about function open means you are listed, you are on the FEI list. Function on hold means this is what happens to the officials after the 31st of March. They are still listed and they do not appear on the list, and as soon as they have done the online assessment, they reappear on the list. So this is what we consider as function on hold. And then function closed, you don't comply with the maintenance requirements, the function is closed. This is also new in 2022. January, the FEI board decided to change this. And the major change is that you can re-enter the system at the same level. So when your function is closed, the first three years, you go to a maintenance course, pass the maintenance course, pass the yearly online assessment, you're listed at the same level. Yep. So even if your function was closed because of the officiating review. Yep. Because we consider education, you have updated your knowledge with education. Yep. And if I'm correct, I will have a short 8 minutes video to repeat this now.
Hi everyone, my name is Jerome and I will be your host today for this explainer video where we will look into maintenance for FEI officials. To start, let's clarify what we refer to in the FEI education when we talk about the competency-based evaluation system, also known as the CES. Do you think the CES is just an online assessment? Well, let me tell you, it is way more than that. The CES is actually a complete system that guarantees the consistent and fair evaluation of all officials' competences throughout their career. The CES comes into play during two phases of a function. During the transfer up, evaluating if an applicant official has met all the requirements to start officiating for a new discipline, function, and level. And during the maintenance, regularly monitoring if an official is up to date with the rules, sport knowledge, and know-how for a given discipline, function, and level. Today, we will focus on the maintenance phase and its three requirements. The CES online assessment, which evaluates the theoretical understanding of the discipline, the officiating skills, and the FEI rules. It is conducted through an online assessment on FEI campus, and it is a yearly requirement for staying up to date with annual rule changes. The CES maintenance course, which evaluates the applied understanding of the discipline, the officiating know-how, and the FEI rules. It is conducted either in person or virtually. It is required every 3 years to focus on practical know-how and development of skills. And finally, the CES officiating review, which evaluates the officiating activity over the last 3 years against the relevant education system. It is conducted by the FEI on the 15th of December of each year to check if officials have been officiating according to their requirements. The CES online assessment will now be taken by every official every year online from home. All CES online assessments are now found in one single place, inside the new dedicated and personalized maintenance tab located in the FEI campus dashboard. The CES online assessment features a modular architecture to offer a personalized maintenance for each official and avoid the repetition of general questions for those holding multiple functions in one discipline. The CES online assessment contains two types of modules. General modules with questions regarding the discipline and general topics. These can be taken as many times as needed until passed. You have 1 hour maximum for each attempt. Once passed, the general modules unlock the function-specific modules. The function-specific modules have function-related questions. They feature mock exams available for unlimited training. And when you feel ready, you can access your assessment, for which you have 2 attempts and a reduced 7 days waiting period in between both attempts. You have 1 hour maximum for each attempt. Once a function-specific module is passed, the function is immediately extended. On the other hand, a not passed result after 2 attempts will trigger the new resolution tool, namely the CES interview assessment, which allows for faster processing and return to officiating. It replaces the previous need to go to an additional CES maintenance course, therefore cutting down inactivity, waiting time, and cost for the official. This CES interview assessment can be conducted either online or in person by 2 course directors. In the end, if passed, a CES interview assessment decision will confirm the level and the extension of the officiating rights for that function. And if not passed, the official is transferred down 1 level. Regarding the schedule of the CES online assessment, as you know, you can officiate until 31st of March without passing the CES online assessment. However, it must be taken and passed to officiate at events taking place after the 31st of March. If not taken by the 31st of March, the function is placed on hold until it is taken and passed. And if not taken at all by the 15th of December, the function will be closed. Let us now take a look at how the CES maintenance course will work. Depending on the discipline and needs, the CES maintenance course can be required to be taken in person or virtually. It will have practical assessments with specific evaluations adapted to each discipline. These can be conducted through the evaluation of case studies, interactive role plays, e-judging, or field practices. Now, what will the results trigger? A passed result at a CES maintenance course confirms the current level. A not passed result triggers the CES interview assessment, which allows for faster processing and return to officiating. The result of this CES interview assessment will either lead to a validated CES maintenance course and confirmed level, if passed, or to the official being transferred down to the next lower level if not passed. Regarding the schedule of the CES maintenance course, it must be attended at least once every 3 years. It can be taken and passed before the 3-year cycle deadline, and in that case it will restart a new cycle. It must be taken before the 15th of December of the maintenance year it has been scheduled in, or the function will be closed. And to conclude this video, I will briefly explain the third and last component of the maintenance, which is the CES officiating review. So what is the CES officiating review and how does it work? It is a purely administrative task performed by the FEI each year on the 15th of December. The last 3 years of officiating records are compared against the requirements stated in the relevant education system. A positive match automatically confirms the function status on 15th of December. A negative match triggers consequences which depend on the discipline's education system in place. Either a CES maintenance course will be required to be taken during the next maintenance year to help the official compensate his lack of officiating with applied knowledge and skills practice and interaction with other officials. Or it could also lead to the official being transferred down. The board has decided to suspend the officiating review process until 2024, which means no officiating review will take place in 2022 or 2023. That's it for today. I hope you now have a full understanding of how maintenance works for FEI officials. You can, of course, access all the information I have explained in the Officials Hub on inside.fei.org in the CES section. And last but not least, by logging into your profile on the FEI database, you can check the current status of all your functions in the refreshed Officiating tab, and you can also monitor your maintenance requirements and progression in the Maintenance dedicated tab. I hope you enjoyed this video, and on behalf of the FEI, thanks for watching and stay safe.
You see, and by the way, the video is a remake from last year, not much change, shortly updated. So as I said, started off with today, there aren't that many changes in the system, and having heard the questions, I'm actually feel it was necessary to go over it again. Repetition is also a tool of education. And I hope it is clear. When I wanted to step in the maintenance year, you can change the year. So you can see what was required last year and what is required this year. That is, for me, for example, necessary when I talk to a person, why was the function closed? Then I can look at the 2022 and see the reason here why the function was closed. Shortly, because we are running a little bit out of time, even if I started very late and they gave me an hour. FEI Campus, in a nutshell, FEI Campus, you all know, through the CES online assessment, it is much more than the CES online assessment. We have on the horsemanship side 64 courses published currently, and this is the number from last year, July, 32,000. We are way above 35,000 users nowadays, and it is still a hidden secret. Why? We come to that later. First of all, I would like to introduce you to the team who is responsible for most of the FEI horsemanship courses we have online. We work together with the University of Zurich. And here leading Professor Weishaupt and Dr. Isabel Imboden, who are responsible for the content that we publish. What we have done now, we have added a glossary lately. We have interactive animations. We have handmade drawings from University Zurich in these courses. And we have started to add translated courses in the Spanish language. We will continue doing so. We have the first two courses in the Finnish language because we have a cooperation with the Finnish Federation. And from our side, we will try to add courses translated in Chinese and Arabic for 2023. It won't be many courses in the beginning because we are a small team and we want to start with slowly translating horsemanship courses because they won't change that much in different languages. By the end of this year, we will have roughly around 20 courses available in Spanish language on the platform. Foundation courses are now published in all disciplines, and are a requirement to become an FEI official, so everyone knows what the FEI is about. And this is the project for 2023 for my department, one of the major projects. FEI campus will get a facelift. And not only a facelift, this would have been too easy. That's why we haven't done it in the last 4 years. It's not about spending money on design. It is, what we are into is the functionalities. We will go from a linear system, because until now you had to click through the courses, you could not hop. We will go from a linear system to a modular system, so you can decide what you're interested in. We will include a search function, so you can search the platform for content. We will include a dedicated, like a tagging system, so we can suggest courses that could be interesting for you as well. We need the same, it's across all these modern features will be included in these functionalities next to the facelift. That's the plan for 2023. It is very ambitious, and I hope our team will be able to do this. I've promised this to our president, and we are really behind it, because this is, to give you a first overview, will be how it will look like in the end. On the left-hand side, you see a landing page. You see already the modular buttons there. There's no content behind, but this is the design. And on the right-hand side, you already see like a little bit in the Netflix style, the courses grouped in this case, these are videos, grouped in interest parts and suggestions for you. That concludes the hopefully short enough presentation, and I'm still here around until Monday. If there are any questions now, I'm happy to answer them. Otherwise, I would give Glenn the floor again. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. For sure there will be more questions, but those are in the assessments tomorrow, I assume. Thank you, Frank. Thank you, Igmar. Thank you, Stefan. Thank you, Mikael, for being here and for helping us throughout these very interesting sessions. We do have some presents, so I invite both Marisa and Sharon, perhaps together, to hand them over to our guests. Something typically Portuguese on behalf of the Ijoc. Thank you very much.
You want to join as well?